Close your eyes for a moment and imagine the sound of your street at night. The footsteps you hear on the cobblestones might be a neighbor hurrying home, or a shadow following orders you can't see. In 1930s Germany, that was not a paranoid fantasy, it was daily life. People whispered instead of speaking, glancing over their shoulders in cafes, lowering their voices on buses. A harmless joke about the government, a careless comment at work, even a frown during a speech could be enough to put your name on a list. Then, in the early hours, the doorbell would ring and everything would change. No uniforms, no trial, just plainclothes men with limitless power. Friends vanished. Families were left with only questions. Fear traveled faster than any law because everyone believed the Gestapo already knew what you were thinking. This was not some distant secret base hidden from view. It was an organization built into the very fabric of everyday life. Clerks, policemen, informants, networks of spies that reached into schools, factories, and churches. It began as a small political police force in one region and became the beating heart of a dictatorship, coordinating surveillance, interrogations, and deportations while keeping its own face mostly invisible. Even the name Gestapo came to stand for something larger than an agency. A warning, a ghost in the room, a force that thrived on silence and suspicion. How did a country renowned for culture, science, and order allow such an invisible empire of fear to take root? And how did this shadow network finally collapse when the war turned against the regime? Tonight we step back into that world, not to sensationalize it, but to understand it. We'll follow the Gestapo from its birth to its global reach, through the hidden files, the interrogations, the plots it crushed, and the resistances it could not kill. This is the full story of how one secret police organization became a model for totalitarian control, and what its rise and fall can still teach us about power, fear, and freedom. If you're enjoying this story, a quick like lets me know and helps others find it too. And if it's not your cup of tea, feel free to dislike and tell me why in the comments. Your feedback truly helps me make these even better. Chapter 1: Birth of a Secret Police. The Gestapo's origins in Weimar and early Nazi Germany. In the twilight years of the Weimar Republic, Germany was a nation simmering with political unrest, economic turmoil, and a deep sense of humiliation after the First World War. The Treaty of Versailles had not only stripped the country of territories and military power, but had also inflicted a psychological wound that shaped its politics for decades. In the streets of Berlin, Hamburg, and Munich, rival paramilitary groups fought running battles. Communists clashed with right-wing militias. The police were often outnumbered and outgunned. It was in this environment of instability that the seeds of a secret police force were sown, first as a conventional measure to maintain public order, but soon to become something far darker. The early 20th century had already shown how powerful modern surveillance and state security agencies could be, and Germany's leaders were not blind to these developments. Yet few could have imagined the transformation from a regional political police into the Gestapo, one of the most feared instruments of terror in modern history. The origins of the Gestapo can be traced not directly to Hitler's rise to power but to Prussia's long tradition of political policing. Throughout the 19th century, Prussia had maintained units dedicated to monitoring dissent, particularly among liberals and socialists. After the First World War, these units were reorganized but never fully disbanded. When the Weimar Republic was established in 1919, its new leaders were reluctant to completely dismantle the internal security apparatus, fearing uprisings from both the radical left and the radical right. They inherited a state police tradition that was bureaucratic, secretive, and already accustomed to spying on political opponents. This inheritance meant that when the Nazis came to power in 1933, the machinery of surveillance was already in place. What changed was its scale, its ruthlessness, and its ideological mission. Adolf Hitler's appointment as Chancellor on January 30th, 1933 marked the beginning of a new chapter for Germany. Almost overnight, the fragile structures of democracy began to collapse. The Reichstag fire in February 1933 provided the pretext for emergency decrees suspending civil liberties. Political opponents were rounded up in the thousands. Yet at this point, the Nazi regime still lacked a unified internal security force under its direct control. Each German state had its own police, and in Prussia, the largest and most influential, control of the police apparatus fell to Hermann Göring, one of Hitler's earliest supporters. Göring saw an opportunity to build a political police that would eliminate opposition to the Nazi regime. In April 1933, he issued a decree creating a new department within the Prussian police, the Geheime Staatspolizei, or Secret State Police, soon shortened to Gestapo. Its official mandate was deceptively simple: to investigate and combat all tendencies dangerous to the state. In practice, it meant crushing any form of dissent. At first, the Gestapo was relatively small. Its initial staff consisted mostly of career civil servants and police officers, not die-hard Nazis. Many were veterans of the old Prussian political police, accustomed to paperwork and surveillance rather than mass terror. But Göring's ambition quickly reshaped the organization. He granted it sweeping powers of arrest and detention without judicial oversight. New regulations allowed the Gestapo to place individuals in protective custody, a euphemism for indefinite imprisonment without trial. This legal sleight of hand became one of the cornerstones of Nazi repression. For ordinary Germans, it meant that the police no longer had to present evidence or obtain a warrant. Suspicion alone was enough to make someone vanish into a system of prisons and early concentration camps. What made the Gestapo so different from previous secret police forces was not just its powers but its relationship to the Nazi Party. Göring was a political figure, not a professional policeman, and he saw the Gestapo as an instrument to secure Hitler's rule rather than simply uphold public order. At the same time, he was in a power struggle with other Nazi leaders, particularly Heinrich Himmler, head of the SS, and Reinhard Heydrich, Himmler's brilliant and ruthless lieutenant. This competition would shape the Gestapo's evolution in the coming years. But in 1933, the organization was still Göring's creation. He outfitted its offices in Berlin with a sense of prestige and secrecy, cultivating an aura of omniscience even when its actual reach was limited. Fear itself was a tool, and Göring understood that perception could amplify power far beyond what numbers alone allowed. The public perception of the Gestapo began to shift almost immediately. Newspapers, tightly controlled by Nazi propaganda, reported dramatic arrests of subversives and enemies of the state. Stories circulated of mysterious men in plain clothes who appeared at doors in the dead of night. Whether true or exaggerated, these tales spread quickly through a population already nervous about the rapid political changes. The idea that a hidden arm of the state could be listening, watching, and waiting became part of daily life. Yet, in the early phase, the Gestapo was far from omnipotent. Its staff numbered only a few hundred. Much of its intelligence came not from high-tech surveillance but from informants, ordinary citizens, neighbors, and even family members who reported suspicious behavior. This reliance on denunciations would remain a defining feature of the Gestapo throughout its existence. Meanwhile, the legal foundation for its actions was being cemented. In June 1933, Göring transferred the Gestapo out of the regular police structure, making it directly answerable to him. This move insulated it from judicial review and parliamentary oversight. In the following months, decrees expanded its powers, and new regulations blurred the line between police work and political persecution. By the end of 1933, the Gestapo was already a state within a state, operating with increasing autonomy and secrecy. It had become not only a tool of repression but also a symbol of the Nazi regime's break with democratic norms. Germans could no longer assume that the law would protect them. The law itself had been bent to serve the political goals of the regime. The transformation from a provincial political police into a central instrument of terror was still in its early stages, but the direction was clear. In a society reeling from economic depression and political chaos, the Gestapo represented both order and menace. It promised to eliminate enemies of the people, but in doing so stripped away the safeguards of civil society. Few at the time realized how far this process would go or how deeply the Gestapo would embed itself into the machinery of Nazi power. Its beginnings, though modest in size, carried within them the blueprint for a system of surveillance, coercion, and fear that would reach every corner of German life and extend far beyond its borders in the years to come. As 1934 began, the Gestapo's foundations were still being poured, but the structure that would soon dominate Germany's internal life was already visible. Hermann Göring remained its nominal creator, yet he was increasingly distracted by other ambitions: air power, personal wealth, and prestige within Hitler's inner circle. Into this vacuum stepped Heinrich Himmler, whose vision for the Nazi security apparatus went far beyond the ad hoc repression Göring had initiated. Himmler had built the SS from a small personal guard into a disciplined, ideologically hardened elite, and he saw the Gestapo as a crucial piece in a future empire of security and control. His deputy, Reinhard Heydrich, understood the value of bureaucracy as much as brute force. Where Göring had relied on emergency decrees and intimidation, Himmler and Heydrich began weaving the Gestapo into a system, one that would eventually bind the police, the SS, and the intelligence services into a seamless instrument of state terror. The first step was consolidation. In April 1934, Göring formally transferred control of the Gestapo to Himmler, who by then had become chief of all police in the German states except Prussia. This move allowed Himmler to centralize the political police forces under his command. Heydrich, as head of the SS Security Service, SD, took operational control. The Gestapo and the SD were not yet fused, but their personnel began working closely together. Files, informant networks, and surveillance reports were shared. Recruitment drew from both career police officers and fervent young Nazis. This mixture of old guard professionals and new ideological zealots produced an organization at once methodical and fanatical. It also blurred the distinction between criminal and political offenses, a blurring that would soon engulf whole categories of people. What made this transformation so effective was its quietness. To most Germans, the Gestapo remained a shadowy presence, invoked in whispers but rarely seen directly. In reality, its manpower was still limited. By 1935, the entire force in Germany numbered only a few thousand. Yet its impact felt far larger because of the network of denunciations it cultivated. The Gestapo encouraged citizens to report suspicious activities, whether a whispered anti-Nazi joke, a leaflet slipped under a door, or even a careless comment at work. Many reports were petty or malicious, motivated by personal grudges rather than ideology. But each report generated a file, and each file justified a knock on the door. This system of participatory surveillance created a climate in which fear and conformity fed on each other, turning society itself into an extension of the secret police. At the same time, the legal underpinnings of the Gestapo's power hardened into something unprecedented. In February 1936, a new law declared that the Gestapo was independent of administrative courts, effectively placing it above judicial review. This single sentence severed the last link between state security and the rule of law. The Gestapo could arrest, interrogate, and imprison without limit. No lawyer could challenge its actions in court. Protective custody orders, once framed as temporary emergency measures, became routine instruments of control. They were not only used against political opponents but also against people the regime labeled asocial: beggars, homosexuals, Roma, and others who did not fit the Nazi vision of society. The early concentration camps, originally intended for political detainees, swelled with this broader population. The Gestapo did not run the camps directly at first. That was the domain of the SS, but it became the chief funnel feeding them. The organization's culture also evolved. Under Heydrich's guidance, the Gestapo developed a reputation for efficiency and discretion. Offices were drab and bureaucratic rather than flamboyant. Files were meticulously kept. Operations were planned in detail. Interrogation methods varied from simple questioning to physical coercion, but the image projected to the public was one of omnipresence rather than open brutality. This suited the regime's goals. Terror was most effective when it seemed invisible and inevitable. Many Germans overestimated the Gestapo's actual capabilities, believing it had vast armies of spies or secret listening devices everywhere. In reality, its power lay in psychology, bureaucracy, and the willingness of ordinary people to cooperate, whether out of fear, loyalty, or self-interest. Meanwhile, the Gestapo's remit expanded beyond mere internal policing. The regime's consolidation of power, culminating in events like the Night of the Long Knives in June 1934, when Hitler ordered the purge of the SA leadership, showed how crucial a loyal secret police could be. During that purge, the Gestapo played a supporting but significant role, gathering intelligence on targets and ensuring that rivals were eliminated without warning. The success of this operation cemented the Gestapo's reputation within the Nazi leadership as a reliable tool. It also demonstrated to Himmler and Heydrich that a centralized, ideologically aligned security apparatus could not only defend the regime but also shape its internal power struggles. By the late 1930s, the Gestapo had become a model of the Nazi state's fusion of party and government. It was no longer simply a police force but part of a larger system of control that included the SS, the SD, and the newly created Reich Main Security Office, RSHA. This integration would be formalized in 1939, but even before the outbreak of the Second World War the lines were clear. The Gestapo would identify and neutralize internal enemies, while the SS expanded its racial and ideological policies outward. The two arms were complementary, and their overlap ensured that repression at home and terror abroad were guided by the same principles. Understanding this early phase of the Gestapo is crucial because it reveals how an organization of modest size, operating under legal cover, could transform an entire society's relationship to the state. It shows that the Gestapo's power did not spring fully formed from Hitler's imagination but grew out of existing institutions, old fears, and a gradual erosion of safeguards. The story of its rise is not only about the brutality of a few leaders but also about the quiet choices of many individuals. Police officers who stayed in their posts, judges who looked the other way, neighbors who denounced neighbors. This was the true genius of the Gestapo system. It made repression appear as normal administration, a bureaucratic routine rather than a revolution in daily life. As Germany moved closer to war, the Gestapo's skills and networks would be turned outward, applied to occupied territories and new categories of victims. But in its origins we can already see the essential pattern: an institution built on legal manipulation, bureaucratic efficiency, and the mobilization of society's own fears. This pattern would define not just the Gestapo's operations but also the entire Nazi system of rule, a system where law served ideology and secrecy magnified terror. The modest offices in Berlin where the first decrees were signed may have seemed like just another government department, but from them would flow one of the most pervasive and feared secret police forces in modern history. Chapter 2: From Prussian Roots to Nazi Tool. The early transformation under Göring, when the Nazis seized power, Germany's police forces were still a patchwork of state-level institutions, each with its own traditions and loyalties. Prussia, the largest state, was in many ways a nation within a nation, and its police system reflected a long history of discipline, hierarchy, and political oversight. This tradition dated back to the days of Frederick the Great, when the state saw internal order as a key to its survival. The Prussian police were not simply enforcers of criminal law but guardians of the state itself, charged with monitoring dissent and keeping the social fabric intact. By the early 20th century, this function had hardened into a specialized political police, whose remit extended far beyond ordinary crime. When Weimar Germany inherited this system after the First World War, it did so reluctantly. Democratic leaders understood that a secretive political police sat uneasily with constitutional freedoms, yet they also feared the revolutionary movements roiling the streets. Instead of abolishing the old system, they repackaged it, preserving its structures even as they tried to wrap it in the language of legality. It was this apparatus that Hermann Göring inherited in 1933 when Hitler appointed him Interior Minister of Prussia. Göring was not a bureaucrat by training. He was a decorated First World War fighter pilot, a man of action with a flair for theatrics and an instinct for power. He understood that control of the police was control of the streets, and control of the streets was the key to cementing the Nazi revolution. His first moves were rapid and bold. He purged the police of senior officers suspected of disloyalty, replacing them with men who were either sympathetic to the Nazis or pliant enough to follow orders. He authorized the SA, the Nazi paramilitary organization, to act as auxiliary police, giving its brown shirt members a veneer of legality. And in April 1933, he announced the creation of a new unit within the Prussian police specifically tasked with combating enemies of the state, the Geheime Staatspolizei. First, the Gestapo was less a monolithic secret police than a label attached to an existing department. It inherited offices, personnel, and files from the old political police. Its staff were still mostly career policemen who had spent their careers tracking communists, anarchists, and other subversives under the Weimar government. Many were skeptical of the Nazis' radicalism but saw themselves as professionals carrying out their duties under a new administration. Göring, however, had little patience for bureaucratic caution. He expanded the Gestapo's powers beyond anything his predecessors had imagined. In February 1933, the Reichstag fire decree had already suspended many civil liberties. Göring's new directives exploited this legal vacuum, allowing the Gestapo to arrest and detain suspects without judicial oversight. The concept of protective custody became a catch-all for removing individuals from public life indefinitely. In theory, this was to protect the public from dangerous agitators. In practice, it became a mechanism for silencing anyone who posed a political or personal inconvenience to the regime. This rapid transformation alarmed some traditional conservatives. Even within the Nazi movement, there were debates about how far the new political police should go. The SA, under Ernst Röhm, wanted to play a larger role in internal security, while the regular police resented being sidelined by party organizations. Göring navigated these tensions by presenting the Gestapo as a professional body distinct from the party street fighters, even as he staffed it with men who were ideologically reliable. This gave the Gestapo a dual character from the outset, rooted in Prussian tradition but harnessed to Nazi goals. It also allowed Göring to cultivate his own power base within the new regime, independent of rivals like Himmler. Publicly, the Gestapo's existence was acknowledged but shrouded in ambiguity. The name itself, Secret State Police, carried an aura of mystery. Newspapers loyal to the Nazis trumpeted its successes in uncovering plots and arresting enemies, but little was said about its inner workings. This secrecy amplified its reputation. Ordinary Germans did not know how large it was or how it operated. They only knew that it seemed to strike without warning. Stories spread of men in plain clothes who appeared at dawn, of neighbors who vanished overnight, of whispered comments leading to arrest. Whether these stories were true or exaggerated, they created an atmosphere in which fear did much of the Gestapo's work for it. People moderated their speech, avoided suspicious company, and kept their grievances to themselves, not necessarily because the Gestapo was listening, but because they believed it might be. Inside the organization, Göring fostered a culture of initiative and loyalty. He rewarded officers who produced results and tolerated methods that skirted legal norms. The Gestapo's early operations targeted communists, socialists, and trade unionists, the very groups that had challenged the Nazis in the streets. But its scope soon broadened. Religious dissenters, intellectual critics, and even conservative opponents found themselves under surveillance or in custody. By late 1933, the first wave of concentration camps, Dachau most famously, was filling with prisoners delivered by Gestapo orders. These camps were still rough and improvised, run by the SA rather than the SS, but they marked the beginning of a system in which the secret police and extrajudicial detention went hand in hand. Yet for all its growing power, the Gestapo of 1933–34 was still a transitional creature. It lacked a nationwide structure. Its operations were confined mainly to Prussia. Its staff was small. Much of its effectiveness came from the legal and political environment the Nazis had created rather than from its own reach. This was both its strength and its vulnerability. As the regime consolidated power, questions arose about how to coordinate the various police and security agencies scattered across Germany. Göring, preoccupied with building the Luftwaffe and enriching himself, was not interested in the day-to-day management of a security empire. Himmler and Heydrich, by contrast, saw in the Gestapo the nucleus of something far larger, a centralized instrument of surveillance and control that could extend across the entire Reich. The stage was set for a transfer of power that would redefine the Gestapo's role and bind it permanently to the SS.By tracing the Gestapo's early transformation under Göring, we see how an old institution rooted in Prussian statecraft became the prototype of a modern totalitarian secret police. It began as a pragmatic response to political turmoil but quickly morphed into an ideological weapon. This evolution was not inevitable. It was shaped by choices, ambitions, and rivalries within the Nazi leadership. Understanding these beginnings helps explain how the Gestapo could later operate with such efficiency and ruthlessness. It also shows that terror does not always arrive with a dramatic crash. Sometimes it creeps in through familiar institutions, repurposed under new masters, until the extraordinary becomes ordinary and the secret becomes the state itself. The years 1933 and 1934 were not just a time of rapid Nazi consolidation, but also a time when the outlines of the Gestapo's future role were quietly solidified. Göring's experiment in Prussia gave the Nazi regime a template for secret policing, but it also created tensions within the Nazi hierarchy. On one hand, Göring wanted the Gestapo to be a professional, almost elite instrument under his direct command, separate from the party's brawling militias. On the other hand, he recognized that the regime's survival depended on eliminating rivals and consolidating loyalty across all levels of government. This dual impulse produced a peculiar dynamic, a secret police that outwardly appeared bureaucratic and legalistic, yet inwardly was deeply political and personal. As the Gestapo grew, so did its usefulness not only for the regime as a whole, but for individual leaders seeking to outmaneuver their competitors. A turning point came with the Night of the Long Knives in June 1934. Officially a purge of the SA leadership for alleged treasonous plotting, it was in reality a calculated strike to eliminate potential rivals and reassure the German army of Hitler's loyalty. Göring and Himmler both played key roles. The Gestapo, though still in its infancy, provided crucial intelligence on targets and coordinated with SS units to carry out arrests and executions. This operation demonstrated to Hitler the value of a loyal, efficient, and secretive security apparatus. It also marked the moment when Himmler and Heydrich began to eclipse Göring in the realm of internal security. By helping execute the Purge, they positioned themselves as indispensable to Hitler's rule. The Gestapo, born under Göring's aegis, was slipping into their hands, at the administrative level. This shift took the form of a gradual merger of personnel, methods, and structures. The SS Security Service, SD, under Heydrich already maintained a network of informants and analysts who monitored public opinion and political opposition. By coordinating with the Gestapo, the SD gained access to state power, while the Gestapo gained ideological direction and an expanded intelligence base. This partnership blurred the line between party and state to an unprecedented degree. Files compiled by the SD could lead to Gestapo arrests. Gestapo investigations could draw on SD networks. The old Prussian political police had been a state agency. The emerging Gestapo-SD nexus was something new, a hybrid of government and party designed to enforce not just public order but a racial and ideological revolution. This integration also changed the Gestapo's internal culture. As SS officers entered its ranks, a new ethos took hold. The old career policemen who had prided themselves on procedural thoroughness found themselves working alongside younger men steeped in Nazi ideology and trained to see themselves as the vanguard of a new order. Promotions and prestige increasingly went to those who demonstrated political reliability as well as competence. Training emphasized not only investigative techniques but also ideological education, inculcating the idea that the Gestapo's mission was not merely to enforce laws but to defend the national community from its enemies, however defined. This shift laid the groundwork for the Gestapo's later role in implementing racial policies and war crimes, even though in these early years its primary focus remained domestic opposition. Publicly, little of this was visible. Most Germans still thought of the Gestapo as a shadowy but essentially conventional secret police. They knew it arrested communists, watched over churches, and cracked down on dissent. They did not yet associate it with mass deportations or extermination campaigns, but already the patterns were emerging. Denunciations poured in from citizens eager to demonstrate loyalty or settle personal scores. The Gestapo lacked the manpower to actively surveil everyone, so it relied on this participatory policing to extend its reach. Once a denunciation arrived, officers could summon, interrogate, or detain the accused with minimal paperwork. Even if a case ended with a warning rather than imprisonment, the experience left a mark: fear of the knock on the door, awareness that one's words could be turned into evidence, and a growing sense that no private sphere was truly safe. The legal environment reinforced this climate. Each new decree expanded the Gestapo's autonomy. Courts were instructed not to interfere with its activities. Lawyers found themselves unable to challenge protective custody orders. Newspapers reported the arrests of traitors, but never their release, if it came. This one-sided narrative made the Gestapo appear infallible and omnipotent. In truth, many investigations were mundane, many arrests temporary, and many officers ordinary men doing paperwork rather than interrogations. Yet perception mattered more than reality. The belief in an all-knowing secret police discouraged dissent far more effectively than any single operation. By late 1934, Göring's attention had shifted decisively to the Luftwaffe. his grand project to rebuild German air power. Himmler seized the moment. Through a series of administrative maneuvers, he brought the Gestapo under his broader control as head of the SS and all German police. Heydrich assumed day-to-day management, ensuring that the Gestapo would be integrated into the SS security empire rather than left as Göring's personal fiefdom. This transfer was more than a bureaucratic shuffle. It signaled a new phase in the Gestapo's evolution. Under SS leadership, its role would expand from domestic political policing to a key instrument of racial and ideological enforcement across the growing Nazi Reich. This early transformation is instructive because it shows how quickly a secret police can change character depending on who controls it. Under Göring, the Gestapo was primarily a political tool aimed at consolidating Nazi power within Prussia. Under Himmler and Heydrich, it became part of a grander vision, a nationwide, eventually continent-wide system of surveillance, repression, and terror. Yet the roots of this system lay in the decisions made in 1933 and 1934, the purges of the old police, the legal innovations of protective custody, the cultivation of informant networks, and the blending of state authority with party ideology. These were the building blocks of a machinery that would later be turned to far more deadly purposes. Looking back, it is striking how ordinary the Gestapo's offices were in these years: desks, files, typists, routine reports. The terror it represented was not always dramatic but often bureaucratic, an accumulation of small acts that together reshape society. It is also striking how much of its power came not from secret technology or massive resources but from the participation of the society it policed. In this sense, the Gestapo's early history under Göring is a warning as well as a lesson. A reminder that institutions with benign or limited mandates can, under certain conditions, become instruments of tyranny, especially when legal checks are eroded and fear becomes a currency of everyday life. Chapter 3: Himmler and Heydrich. The architects of terror. By the middle of 1934, the Gestapo was already feared inside Germany, but it was still a tool in search of a master. Hermann Göring had created it and given it sweeping powers, yet his interests had shifted elsewhere. Into this opening stepped two men whose partnership would redefine not only the Gestapo but the entire Nazi security state: Heinrich Himmler and Reinhard Heydrich. Together they built a structure of control that fused police, intelligence, and ideology into a single system. In their hands, the Gestapo would move beyond political policing and become a central instrument of Nazi rule. Heinrich Himmler's rise was remarkable. He had begun as a minor party functionary and agricultural administrator, not a soldier or police officer. But he possessed an obsessive sense of order, a gift for organization, and an almost mystical devotion to Nazi racial ideology. As head of the SS, he transformed what had started as Hitler's small personal guard into a powerful elite force, drilled, uniformed, and bound by loyalty to the Führer. Himmler saw the SS not just as a paramilitary unit but as the seed of a new aristocracy, a racially pure elite destined to rule the future Reich. To achieve this, he needed not only soldiers but also a secure homeland where dissent was impossible and enemies were eliminated before they could act. The Gestapo, with its legal powers and administrative reach, was the missing piece. Reinhard Heydrich, younger and sharper-edged, provided the intellectual and operational muscle. A former naval officer dismissed in a scandal, he had joined the SS out of ambition and quickly caught Himmler's eye. Tall, blonde, and coldly efficient, he combined a bureaucrat's memory with a predator's instinct. Heydrich built the SS Security Service, SD, into an intelligence network that infiltrated every corner of German society. He kept meticulous files on political opponents, rivals within the party, and even potential threats within the SS itself. His mind worked like a chess player's, always thinking several moves ahead. When Himmler gained control of the Gestapo, Heydrich was the obvious choice to run it. The transfer of power was gradual but decisive. In April 1934, Göring formally handed over control of the Gestapo to Himmler. By June, Heydrich was effectively managing it. This new leadership quickly set about reshaping the organization. The Gestapo's staff were reorganized. SS officers were installed in key positions. Reporting lines were standardized. What had been a Prussian state police department was now part of a national SS security system. Heydrich insisted on centralization. Files from regional offices were sent to Berlin, creating a vast information hub. Procedures were unified so that a case handled in Munich would follow the same steps as one in Hamburg. This standardization gave the Gestapo a coherence it had lacked under Göring's looser management. Himmler and Heydrich also injected ideology into the heart of the institution. Under Göring, the Gestapo had pursued enemies of the state broadly defined, communists, socialists, critics, but it had done so in a relatively pragmatic way. Under SS leadership, the concept of enemy expanded to include not just political opponents but also racial and social outsiders. Jews, Roma, homosexuals, and others labeled asocial became targets of surveillance and arrest. The Gestapo's mandate was redefined as defending the national community, Volksgemeinschaft, from all threats, internal or external, defined not only by actions but by identity. This shift was subtle at first but profound in its implications. It laid the groundwork for the Gestapo's later role in the Holocaust and other crimes. Despite these changes, the Gestapo's actual size remained modest. In 1935, the entire force numbered only a few thousand officers. But its reach expanded exponentially because of its relationship with the SD and its reliance on denunciations. Heydrich encouraged this culture of participatory policing. Posters, newspaper articles, and speeches urged citizens to report subversive activities. In some towns, special mailboxes were installed for anonymous tips. The Gestapo thus became less a giant surveillance machine than a clearinghouse for society's own fears and resentments. This made it extraordinarily effective despite limited manpower. Each denunciation created a paper trail. Each paper trail justified an investigation. Each investigation reinforced the sense that the Gestapo knew everything. The leadership duo also understood the power of appearances. They cultivated an image of omniscience and inevitability. Gestapo officers were trained to present themselves not as thugs but as efficient civil servants. Offices were drab and businesslike. Interrogations were conducted in plain rooms rather than dungeons. Physical violence certainly occurred, but it was often less visible than in the SA street brawls. This contrast gave the Gestapo an aura of professional authority even as it engaged in lawless repression. Citizens who encountered it might feel they were dealing with a normal government agency, only to discover that its decisions were unchallengeable and its detentions indefinite. The timing of Himmler and Heydrich's takeover coincided with critical developments in the Nazi regime. Hitler's consolidation of power after the Night of the Long Knives, the death of President Hindenburg in August 1934, and the subsequent merger of the offices of President and Chancellor made him supreme leader. The army swore an oath of loyalty to Hitler personally, removing another potential obstacle. In this environment, the Gestapo under SS control could operate with even greater freedom. Courts were sidelined. Regional governments were subordinated to Berlin. The centralization of power mirrored the centralization of the secret police. What had been a tool for suppressing opposition in Prussia became the spearhead of a national apparatus of terror. Himmler's ambitions went further still. He envisioned not just a German secret police but an empire-wide security network. As the Nazi regime expanded beyond its borders, first through diplomatic pressure, then through annexation and war, the Gestapo would be the instrument for imposing order on new territories. Heydrich began planning for this even before the first annexations, compiling lists of political opponents and potential resistance leaders in Austria, Czechoslovakia, and Poland. These preparations revealed how far the SS leadership was thinking ahead. The Gestapo was no longer merely reactive. It was becoming proactive, a tool for shaping societies before they could challenge German rule. The partnership of Himmler and Heydrich thus marked the Gestapo's true transformation. It was no longer a regional experiment but the nucleus of a totalitarian security system. Under their guidance, the boundaries between police, intelligence, and ideology dissolved. Surveillance fed repression. Repression fed ideology. Ideology justified further surveillance. This self-reinforcing cycle would define the Gestapo's operations for the rest of the Nazi period. For ordinary Germans, it meant living under a regime where loyalty was demanded, fear was omnipresent, and the knock on the door could come for reasons they could barely understand. For the world beyond Germany, it meant that as Nazi power expanded, so too would the machinery of secret policing and terror perfected under Himmler and Heydrich. While Himmler and Heydrich were forging the Gestapo into a national instrument of control, they were also perfecting its methods. They understood that fear did not have to be constant to be effective. It only had to be unpredictable. The Gestapo's investigations were often triggered by a single denunciation, and its interventions could seem arbitrary to outsiders. A whispered joke, an offhand comment, a private letter intercepted by a nosy neighbor. Any of these could lead to questioning or arrest. This randomness magnified the terror far beyond the actual number of cases. People began censoring themselves, avoiding risky conversations, and policing their own families. The result was a society in which citizens became informants, and silence itself was a form of survival. One of Heydrich's most important innovations was the creation of overlapping networks of information. The Gestapo maintained files not only on political opponents but on the mood of the population at large. Reports from local offices were compiled into summaries that tracked public opinion, discontent, and rumors. This gave the regime an early warning system for dissent. If a certain town grumbled about food shortages or an unpopular policy, Berlin knew quickly. Sometimes this led to arrests or intimidation. Other times it prompted the government to adjust its messaging or policies. In this sense, the Gestapo was both a repressive force and a feedback mechanism for Nazi rule. It allowed the leadership to sense the temperature of society without appearing to listen to public opinion in a democratic way. Himmler placed great emphasis on the image of legality. Although the Gestapo operated outside normal judicial review, it cloaked its actions in the appearance of law. Protective custody orders, for instance, were issued on official forms, stamped and filed. Detainees received papers explaining that they were being held for the protection of the state. There were rules, or at least the facade of rules, about how long someone could be held and under what conditions. These rules were infinitely elastic, but their existence reassured some Germans that the Gestapo was not arbitrary. In truth, the organization was accountable only to Himmler and, ultimately, to Hitler. This duality, bureaucratic procedures masking unchecked power, became a hallmark of the Nazi police state. The centralization of information also allowed the Gestapo to coordinate with other arms of the regime. The SD, the SS, the criminal police, Kripo, and the Gestapo were increasingly fused into a single apparatus known as the Security Police, Sicherheitspolizei, or SIPO. By 1936, this merger was formalized under Himmler as chief of German police. He now commanded not just the SS and the Gestapo but the entire German police system. This gave him unprecedented power. For the first time in modern German history, the country's law enforcement, secret police, and intelligence agencies were unified under one man. The implications were enormous. Any distinction between ordinary crime, political dissent, and racial persecution could now be erased at will. The same force that investigated burglaries could also round up Jews or suppress labor unrest. This fusion blurred moral boundaries for police officers and normalized the criminalization of entire groups. Reinhard Heydrich, meanwhile, was building the brain of the system. In 1939, his offices moved into the sprawling Prinz-Albrechtstrasse complex in Berlin, a drab set of buildings that became the nerve center of Nazi terror. From here, Heydrich's subordinates managed files, directives, and operations across the Reich. They developed classification systems, coded indexes, and cross-referenced data in a way that anticipated modern data management. To many of its employees, the work looked like ordinary paperwork: typing, filing, statistical analysis. But behind the bland exterior was the machinery of repression. Each folder represented a life disrupted or destroyed. Each chart mapped the spread of surveillance into new territories. Himmler and Heydrich also extended the Gestapo's reach beyond Germany's borders even before war broke out. The Austrian annexation in 1938 provided a test case. Within days of the Anschluss, Gestapo teams entered Vienna with pre-prepared lists of enemies to arrest. Political leaders, Jewish community figures, and suspected opponents were detained in a matter of hours. The same model was applied in the Sudetenland, then in the rest of Czechoslovakia. This demonstrated not only the Gestapo's efficiency but also the chilling foresight of its leadership. They were preparing for conquest as much as for domestic control, laying the groundwork for an empire-wide police state. Inside Germany, the Gestapo's focus was shifting from consolidating power to enforcing the regime's increasingly radical policies. This included the persecution of Jews and other minorities, the suppression of religious dissent, and the crushing of any remnants of independent labor activity. The organization's files swelled with cases that reflected the Nazi obsession with conformity. Men arrested for listening to foreign radio broadcasts, women punished for relationships with foreign workers, teenagers sent to camps for belonging to non-Nazi youth groups. Each case reinforced the idea that no sphere of life was beyond political scrutiny. Even apolitical behavior could be reframed as subversive if it did not align with Nazi values. What made this system especially insidious was its ordinariness. Most Gestapo officers were not sadistic monsters but career policemen and bureaucrats who saw themselves as doing their duty. Many had been transferred from regular police forces. They applied their training, surveillance, interrogation, record-keeping, to a new set of crimes. This routinization of repression blurred moral lines and made it easier for ordinary people to participate. The Gestapo was terrifying not because it was staffed entirely by fanatics, but because it turned normal administrative skills into instruments of tyranny. Himmler and Heydrich's partnership reached its apex just before the outbreak of war. By 1939, they had built a security apparatus unlike anything in Europe. It combined the legal authority of a state police, the ideological fervor of a party militia, and the information-gathering capacity of a modern intelligence service. Its size remained relatively small, tens of thousands rather than hundreds of thousands, but its tentacles reached into every town and neighborhood through informants, local officials, and cooperating institutions. In this way, the Gestapo magnified its presence far beyond its actual numbers. It was not omnipotent, but it was omnipresent, and in a dictatorship, perception is often more powerful than reality. This system did not develop overnight. It was the product of years of careful planning, organizational innovation, and ideological indoctrination. Himmler and Heydrich were not improvising. They were building an architecture of control designed to last. Yet within that architecture lay the seeds of their own vulnerability. By concentrating so much power in their hands, they created rivalries and hatreds within the Nazi elite. Göring resented their influence. Some army officers distrusted their methods. Even within the SS there were factions and jealousies. These tensions would surface later, especially as the war turned against Germany. But for now, in the late 1930s, the Gestapo under Himmler and Heydrich stood at the peak of its power, an organization feared at home, admired by some abroad, and poised to spread its methods across a continent. Chapter 4: The Gestapo and the Nazi Police State. By the late 1930s, the Gestapo was no longer just one more department in a complex bureaucracy. It had become the embodiment of the Nazi police state. Ordinary Germans might rarely see its officers, but the knowledge of its existence shaped daily behavior. This was exactly how Himmler and Heydrich wanted it. A force so feared that its presence could be felt even when it was invisible. The Gestapo was now embedded in a network of institutions that blurred the lines between party and state, ideology and law, security and persecution. The starting point of this transformation was Himmler's appointment as chief of the German police in 1936. It sounds like a technical change, but it was revolutionary. For the first time in modern German history, the national police system was unified under one man, and that man was the head of the SS. This meant that ordinary criminal police, political police, and security services were all under SS control. The traditional checks that might have limited the reach of a secret police, local governments, independent courts, rival agencies were now neutralized or absorbed. Himmler stood at the apex of an unprecedented fusion of state and party power. To make this work administratively, the Nazi regime reorganized the security forces into two major branches. One was the Ordnungspolizei, order police, responsible for uniformed policing, public order, and eventually mass deportations in occupied territories. The other was the Sicherheitspolizei, security police, or SIPO, which combined the Gestapo with the Kriminalpolizei, criminal police. Above these, in a parallel track, sat the SS Security Service, SD, Heydrich's intelligence arm. Together they formed an interlocking system of surveillance and coercion. Information flowed between them freely. If a Kripo detective learned of someone listening to foreign broadcasts, the case could be passed to the Gestapo. If the SD identified a dissident group, the Gestapo could move in to arrest its members. This seamlessness was one of the hallmarks of the Nazi police state. The Gestapo's legal foundation was equally striking. In 1936, a decree formally exempted it from judicial oversight. Complaints against its actions were to be addressed internally, not in court. This effectively made it judge, jury, and jailer. It could order protective custody indefinitely, without charges or trial. The term itself was Orwellian. People were told they were being protected from their own harmful activities, but in reality they were being imprisoned to protect the state from them. Such euphemisms softened the appearance of repression but did nothing to limit it. They also signaled to ordinary police officers that extraordinary measures were now normal. This legal autonomy encouraged the Gestapo to extend its reach into every corner of life. Political opposition had already been crushed, so the agency turned to less obvious targets. Religious groups that resisted Nazi ideology, social circles deemed asocial, foreign workers suspected of disloyalty, and even ordinary citizens who voiced defeatist opinions. The boundaries of criminality blurred as behavior once considered private or harmless was reframed as a threat to the national community. A rumor could be treason. A friendship could be subversion. A letter abroad could be espionage. Under such conditions, self-censorship became second nature. Yet the Gestapo was still not a vast monolithic force. By 1939, it had perhaps 7,000 officers for an entire nation of 80 million people. This power depended on amplification. Local police and municipal officials cooperated with it. Informants supplied tips. Neighbors denounced neighbors. Many denunciations arose from personal grievances, jealousy, business rivalries, family disputes, but the Gestapo processed them all. Even if only a fraction led to action, the knowledge that someone was listening created a climate of fear. This dynamic made the Gestapo simultaneously weaker and stronger than it appeared. Weaker because it relied on society's complicity, stronger because that complicity multiplied its reach. Another key to its effectiveness was the careful cultivation of mystery. The Gestapo did not advertise its inner workings. Its offices were typically nondescript, its officers in plain clothes. Interrogations were often conducted quietly, without visible brutality. This contrasted with the more theatrical violence of the SA or the early concentration camps. It gave the organization an aura of cold professionalism. People imagined hidden files, vast conspiracies, and all-seeing surveillance. In reality, much of the Gestapo's information was patchy, and its officers often overworked. But perception mattered more than reality. Fear of being watched was enough to make most people conform. The integration of the Gestapo into the larger Nazi police state also allowed it to project power beyond Germany's borders. As the regime prepared for expansion, police officials studied how to control occupied populations. The Gestapo's experience in domestic repression became the template for foreign occupation. It trained cadres in interrogation, counterintelligence, and the dismantling of hostile organizations. These techniques would soon be exported to Austria, Czechoslovakia, Poland, and beyond. In this sense, the late 1930s were the laboratory years of Nazi policing, a time when methods were refined, chains of command established, and ideology woven into every directive. The Nazi police state was thus not a single entity but an ecosystem, and the Gestapo was its nerve center. It received signals from across society, processed them through a bureaucratic machine, and responded with arrests, intimidation, or sometimes policy adjustments. It blurred the boundary between security and governance. In effect, the Gestapo helped the regime govern not by laws and courts but by fear and anticipation. People changed their behavior not because they had been punished but because they imagined they might be. As 1939 approached, this system was poised for its most radical test: total war. The annexations of Austria and Czechoslovakia had already shown how quickly the Gestapo could operate in new territories. But the coming invasion of Poland would expand its role dramatically. It would no longer just suppress dissent. It would help engineer mass murder. Yet even before the war began, the blueprint was in place. A secret police embedded in a totalitarian state, linked to an intelligence network, legally unaccountable, ideologically driven, and feared by millions. This was the Gestapo at the height of its pre-war power, a small organization whose shadow stretched over an entire society. The Gestapo's integration into the Nazi police state was not only about organizational charts and legal decrees. It was about reshaping the very concept of security. In traditional states, the police respond to crimes that have already happened. In Nazi Germany, the Gestapo was charged with preventing crimes that might occur in the future, defined not by law but by ideology. This preventive mission allowed it to cast an extremely wide net. Someone could be detained not because they had done anything but because they were suspected of thinking in the wrong way, associating with the wrong people, or belonging to the wrong group. It was an inversion of normal justice. Innocence no longer offered protection because the category of guilt was infinitely expandable. This preventive logic extended deeply into everyday life. Teachers were monitored for ideological reliability. Workers were watched for signs of grumbling about wages or war preparations. Religious leaders who criticized the regime risked arrest even if they avoided overt politics. The Gestapo became particularly concerned with what it called defeatist attitudes, a vague term that could include any expression of doubt about Hitler's leadership or Germany's future. Even private diaries could be incriminating if discovered. The result was a culture in which public enthusiasm and private silence became survival strategies. People learned to display conformity outwardly and to guard their innermost thoughts. A striking feature of this system was its reliance on ordinary citizens. Despite its fearsome image, the Gestapo had only limited staff to conduct surveillance. It compensated by encouraging a culture of denunciation. Posters, radio broadcasts, and newspaper articles stressed the duty to report suspicious behavior. Hotlines and anonymous mailboxes made it easy. Many Germans complied, not only out of loyalty or fear but also out of personal motives. A rival at work, a difficult neighbor, or an estranged spouse could be accused of subversion with potentially devastating consequences. The Gestapo did not investigate every claim, but it recorded and cross-referenced them, creating a web of suspicion that bound communities together in mistrust. This interplay between formal power and social complicity was one of the keys to the Gestapo's effectiveness. It did not have to watch everyone all the time. It merely had to convince people that someone might be watching. The knowledge that the Gestapo could appear at any moment was enough to make many citizens their own wardens. This dynamic transformed the police from an external force into an internalized presence in people's minds. Fear became a form of governance, cheaper and more pervasive than constant surveillance. Another pillar of the Nazi police state was its use of legal language to mask lawlessness. Orders were issued in precise bureaucratic terms. Files were meticulously kept. Detainees were processed through what looked like official procedures. Yet the entire system operated outside normal judicial oversight. Judges could not review Gestapo decisions. Lawyers could not appeal them. Even the accused often did not know the charges against them. This mixture of orderliness and arbitrariness was profoundly disorienting. People encountering the Gestapo might hope for fairness because of the paperwork and official stamps, only to discover that the rules offered no real protection. It was a textbook case of what political theorists later called rule by law rather than rule of law. Using legal forms to enforce unlimited power. By the late 1930s, this model was being exported to the territories Germany absorbed. The annexation of Austria in 1938 showed how swiftly the Gestapo could impose itself on a new society. Within hours of the Anschluss, Gestapo officers arrested political leaders, Jewish activists, and anyone else on pre-prepared lists. These operations were not improvised. They had been planned for months. Similar methods were used in the Sudetenland after the dismemberment of Czechoslovakia. In each case, the Gestapo demonstrated its capacity to merge local knowledge with centralized planning, using files prepared by the SD and other intelligence sources to strike quickly at perceived enemies. The agency's reach extended even further through its collaboration with other branches of the Nazi security apparatus. The Kriminalpolizei handled ordinary crime, but its records on individuals could feed into the Gestapo's political files. The SS Security Service collected rumors and political intelligence, which the Gestapo could then act upon. This created a seamless web of control that transcended traditional boundaries. Someone accused of petty theft might find themselves investigated for political unreliability. A dissident arrested by the Gestapo might later be prosecuted by a criminal court on trumped-up charges. The distinction between ordinary policing and political policing dissolved. Inside Germany, the Gestapo also tightened its grip on specific social groups. Youth organizations that resisted Nazification, such as the swing youth or religious study circles, were infiltrated and broken up. Jehovah's Witnesses were persecuted for refusing to swear allegiance to Hitler or serve in the military. Homosexual men were tracked using police records and rounded up under expanded interpretations of morality laws. Even Catholic and Protestant clergy found themselves under scrutiny if they criticized Nazi policies or sheltered those targeted by the state. In each case, the Gestapo's actions reinforced the message that no sphere of life was beyond political control. At the same time, the Gestapo maintained a paradoxical image of efficiency and restraint. Many of its officers did not fit the stereotype of brutal secret policemen. They wore suits, not uniforms. They spoke politely. They filled out endless forms. Interrogations might begin with friendly questions before turning coercive. This veneer of normality made the organization more insidious. It could appear as just another government agency, even as it destroyed lives. People who had contact with it often remarked on how ordinary it seemed, which only deepened the sense of dread. If such horrors could be administered so calmly, then no one was safe. The Gestapo's power peaked on the eve of war. By 1939, it had become the model for totalitarian policing, studied by authoritarian regimes elsewhere. Yet its apparent omnipotence masked its dependence on both ideology and public cooperation. Without the Nazi worldview to define enemies and justify preventive action, and without the stream of denunciations from society, the Gestapo's small staff could never have controlled so large a population. This dependence would shape its operations in the war years, when it moved from domestic repression to administering terror in occupied Europe. But even before that transformation, the pattern was set. A secret police that ruled not primarily by force but by the anticipation of force, and a society that learned to govern itself out of fear. Chapter 5: The Gestapo's Methods of Control. On the eve of the Second World War, the Gestapo had become an institution both feared and mysterious. To outsiders it seemed all-seeing, able to uncover hidden plots and crush dissent before it began. In reality, its strength lay less in omniscience than in carefully developed methods of control. These methods combined surveillance, legal manipulation, intimidation, and the mobilization of society itself. Together they created a climate in which opposition became not only dangerous but almost unthinkable. Understanding these techniques reveals how a relatively small secret police force could dominate an entire country without constant visible violence. One of the Gestapo's most powerful tools was surveillance. But unlike the modern image of mass electronic spying, Nazi Germany's surveillance was rooted in paper and people. Local offices collected reports from informants, intercepted mail, and monitored telephone calls selectively rather than universally. Teachers, factory supervisors, and local party officials often acted as the eyes and ears of the secret police. Each week these channels generated streams of information: gossip, rumors, denunciations, and occasional solid intelligence. Gestapo officers sifted through this material, cross-referencing it with existing files. The result was less like an omniscient machine and more like a constantly expanding card catalog of potential threats. Closely tied to this surveillance was the practice of protective custody. Under Nazi law, the Gestapo could detain anyone indefinitely without trial. The paperwork gave it an air of legality, orders stamped, forms filed, but the effect was absolute power. A worker who criticized Hitler in a beer hall might be taken from his home at dawn, signed into protective custody, and sent to a concentration camp without ever seeing a judge. Families often did not know where their relatives had gone or why. This uncertainty amplified the terror. Even if most people were never arrested, the knowledge that it could happen for something as small as a careless remark bred caution and conformity. Another method was the strategic use of intimidation rather than constant repression. The Gestapo rarely needed to execute mass arrests. A few visible cases were enough to send a message. When a dissident group was uncovered, its leaders might be arrested publicly, while lesser members received warnings or were quietly watched. This created a sense of invisible boundaries. People never knew how far they could go before drawing the secret police's attention. The regime saved resources while still instilling fear. It also encouraged self-policing within groups as members became wary of attracting suspicion. The Gestapo also exploited the normal police system to extend its reach. Because Himmler controlled both the criminal police and the political police, cases could move fluidly between them. An ordinary criminal investigation might uncover politically relevant information. A political case might be disguised as a criminal prosecution to avoid public attention. This blending of categories undermined the idea that only criminals had to fear the police. Anyone could find themselves accused of something, whether or not it had anything to do with politics. Denunciations played a particularly insidious role. They transformed ordinary citizens into participants in repression. Many Germans believed it was their duty to report suspicious behavior. Others saw it as a way to settle personal scores. The Gestapo encouraged this without necessarily trusting every report. It cross-checked denunciations, added them to files, and sometimes used them to pressure individuals into collaboration. The effect was corrosive. Neighbors eyed one another warily. Friendships frayed. Families were divided. In such a climate, collective action against the regime became nearly impossible because no one knew who might betray them. The Gestapo's investigative techniques also reflected a calculated mix of modern bureaucracy and old-fashioned intimidation. Interrogations often began politely, with officers presenting themselves as civil servants. They used psychological pressure, confrontation with evidence, or threats against family members before resorting to violence. This approach could be surprisingly effective. Many detainees confessed or cooperated in the hope of leniency. Physical torture did occur, especially in high-profile cases or later in the war, but the organization often relied on subtler methods that left fewer marks and maintained its image of cold efficiency. Propaganda reinforced these methods. The Nazi press rarely detailed Gestapo operations, but it reported enough to remind citizens of the consequences of disloyalty. Films and pamphlets depicted the secret police as vigilant defenders of the national community. Even court cases tried in public sometimes featured Gestapo evidence, giving the impression that the organization's reach was limitless. This combination of secrecy and selective publicity created a powerful mystique. People imagined the Gestapo knew more than it did, which in turn made them more cautious and easier to control. At the same time, the Gestapo cultivated relationships with key institutions. Large companies cooperated by reporting worker unrest. Universities supplied information on politically unreliable students or staff. Religious authorities, under pressure, sometimes turned over lists of members. This network of cooperation blurred the line between state repression and everyday administration. A factory manager filing a report might think he was maintaining discipline, but in practice he was feeding the Gestapo surveillance system. Thus, the secret police embedded itself in the routines of ordinary life without always appearing as an external force. Another crucial method was the targeting of social outsiders as a way to enforce conformity on the majority. Jehovah's Witnesses, Roma, homosexuals, and others labeled asocial were harassed, arrested, and sent to camps. These groups served as examples of what could happen to those who defied or simply did not fit Nazi norms. By isolating and punishing minorities, the Gestapo strengthened the majority's sense of belonging to the national community and discouraged solidarity with the persecuted. This tactic of selective repression allowed the regime to appear popular while still wielding terror against vulnerable groups. Through these methods, surveillance, protective custody, intimidation, denunciations, bureaucratic manipulation, propaganda, and targeted persecution, the Gestapo created a self-reinforcing system of control. Each element supported the others. Surveillance fed arrests. Arrests spread fear. Fear generated denunciations. Denunciations expanded surveillance. The organization did not need to be huge or omnipotent. It only needed to be unpredictable and to convince people that it was everywhere. By 1939, it had achieved precisely that, laying the foundation for its even more lethal role during the coming war. As the Gestapo refined its methods in the late 1930s, it became clear that its power did not rest solely on arrests and intimidation, but on the careful orchestration of information, rumor, and perception. One of its most effective tools was the creation of an internal culture of secrecy. Officers were instructed to reveal as little as possible about procedures or targets. Even colleagues in other offices might be unaware of ongoing investigations. This compartmentalization served multiple purposes. It prevented leaks, reduced the risk of collusion, and contributed to the myth of an omnipotent, omnipresent force. To the public, it seemed the Gestapo could appear anywhere, at any time, for any reason, and that perception alone was often enough to ensure compliance. The organization also mastered the art of prioritizing cases. Because resources were limited, not every denunciation or lead could be acted upon. Officers learned to focus on what would generate the greatest psychological effect. Arrests of high-profile individuals, public dissolution of dissident groups, or punitive action against a family could reverberate across a town, discouraging others from similar behavior. In this sense, terror was measured and calculated. It was not random chaos, but a deliberate strategy to enforce conformity through fear. Even small-scale operations were amplified by rumor and gossip, extending their reach far beyond the immediate victims. Denunciation remained central to Gestapo strategy. Unlike ordinary police, the Gestapo relied on society itself to help identify targets. Neighbors, co-workers, and even family members could supply information. The organization maintained strict protocols for processing these reports, verifying details when possible, and using them to construct profiles of individuals or groups deemed suspicious. Many denunciations were motivated by personal grudges or opportunism, yet they fed directly into the Gestapo's ability to monitor society. This strategy not only amplified the organization's reach but also corrupted social relations, fostering an environment where mistrust became habitual. Psychological pressure was another hallmark of Gestapo operations. Interrogations often involved prolonged questioning, threats to family members, and careful manipulation of guilt or fear. Officers employed what we might now call behavioral profiling, using knowledge of personal relationships and community dynamics to extract information or compliance. Physical violence was reserved for specific cases, while the constant threat of arrest, the disappearance of acquaintances, or the looming presence of a concentration camp was sufficient to coerce cooperation. In this way, the Gestapo operated as much in the mind as in the streets, turning perception into power. The Gestapo's bureaucratic efficiency was equally important. Files were meticulously maintained, updated with reports from regional offices, informants, and other branches of the SS and SD. Cross-referencing allowed patterns to emerge: political affiliations, social contacts, religious involvement, and travel habits could all be linked to create detailed dossiers. These files formed the backbone of Gestapo operations, guiding decisions about who to surveil, detain, or punish. The combination of administrative thoroughness and ideological direction created a unique form of control, an organization that could appear abstract and omnipresent, yet operate with precise, individualized targeting. This reliance on bureaucracy and perception allowed the Gestapo to achieve a level of dominance disproportionate to its actual size. With fewer than 10,000 officers before the outbreak of war, the organization was able to instill widespread fear across a nation of tens of millions. Its effectiveness came not from brute force alone, but from the psychological impact of its methods. Citizens internalized the possibility of observation and intervention, moderating their behavior accordingly. In this sense, the Gestapo's true power lay in shaping thought and conduct, making it a silent yet pervasive presence in daily life. Propaganda worked in tandem with these methods. While the Gestapo itself remained largely invisible, the Nazi regime reinforced its omnipotence through stories of arrests, reports of trials, and depictions of vigilance in the press. The organization's efficiency was exaggerated, its successes highlighted, and its failures rarely acknowledged. This manipulation of public perception magnified fear, making ordinary citizens overestimate the Gestapo's capacity and underestimating the chance for resistance. The psychological effect of the unknown, the uncertainty of who was being watched or what could trigger action, became a key instrument of control. Another aspect of Gestapo operations was its coordination with other agencies. Criminal investigations often intersected with political cases. Municipal offices, company managers, and local authorities supplied data, and the SD provided intelligence networks and analytical support. This coordination blurred lines between normal governance and repression, creating an ecosystem in which ordinary administrative activity reinforced the Gestapo's reach. A seemingly minor report or observation could escalate into an investigation or arrest, connecting everyday life to the machinery of terror. The system was not just top-down. It was participatory, incorporating both bureaucrats and citizens into its operations. The Gestapo's approach to social outsiders also evolved. Groups that did not conform to Nazi norms, homosexuals, Roma, Jehovah's Witnesses, and politically unreliable individuals, were identified, monitored, and often detained. By targeting these populations, the Gestapo reinforced conformity among the majority while demonstrating the consequences of deviation. The strategy combined visibility with selectivity. Examples of punishment were publicized, while much of the work remained hidden. This created an environment where the majority learned to self-regulate, maintaining the appearance of obedience without needing constant enforcement. By the late 1930s, these methods had coalesced into a coherent strategy of control. The Gestapo combined legal manipulation, psychological pressure, bureaucratic efficiency, strategic intimidation, social participation, and propaganda to govern not merely through laws or violence but through fear itself. Its small cadre of officers became a force multiplier, influencing millions. The organization was now ready for the next stage of its evolution: wartime operations, occupation, and the systematic targeting of populations across Europe. Yet even in these pre-war years, the Gestapo exemplified the power of a secret police that ruled through anticipation, perception, and the calculated manipulation of society's own fears. Chapter 6: The Gestapo's Role in Occupied Europe. With the outbreak of World War II in September 1939, the Gestapo faced a dramatic expansion of both opportunity and responsibility. No longer confined to domestic surveillance and repression, it became a key instrument of control across newly occupied territories. Poland was the first testing ground. Within days of the invasion, Gestapo teams entered Polish towns and cities, acting on pre-prepared lists of political leaders, intellectuals, religious figures, and anyone deemed a potential threat to German authority. The operations were swift, systematic, and terrifying. Arrests were often carried out without warning, and the targets of these early campaigns quickly disappeared into prisons or concentration camps. This was not improvised chaos. It was the execution of a plan developed before the first tanks rolled across the border. The Gestapo had become an agent not only of domestic control but of conquest at occupied Poland. The Gestapo coordinated closely with the SS and the SD, ensuring that intelligence, enforcement, and ideology were tightly integrated. Files prepared by the SD identified individuals who could influence local populations, including teachers, clergy, and community leaders. These files allowed the Gestapo to act preemptively, neutralizing potential centers of resistance before they could organize. Many Poles experienced this as an invisible but pervasive threat. One day, a respected community member was gone, and families were given no explanation. The result was fear on a societal scale, with the Gestapo operating as both a hammer and a shadow, visible in its actions but omnipresent even when invisible. The methods employed in Poland mirrored those used in Germany but on a much larger scale. Surveillance, denunciations, interrogations, and selective arrests were all in play, but now the stakes were higher. National and ethnic identity became a criterion for repression. Jews, political activists, intellectuals, and anyone associated with the previous Polish state were targeted systematically. While domestic operations had often relied on social participation to feed information, in occupied territories the Gestapo relied more on intelligence gathered by the SD, local collaborators, and coerced informants. Communities learned quickly that cooperation with German authorities, or failure to resist, could determine survival. The combination of fear and practical self-interest expanded the Gestapo's reach far beyond what its actual personnel could accomplish. In the West, the occupation of France, Belgium, and the Netherlands introduced similar challenges. Gestapo officers, often operating alongside local police forces, faced populations with different languages, customs, and social structures. To overcome these obstacles, they relied heavily on pre-war intelligence, collaboration with sympathetic local officials, and infiltration of community networks. Target lists were compiled not only for political opponents but also for resistance leaders, intellectuals, and prominent citizens who might challenge German control. Arrests were used strategically to disrupt networks and intimidate entire communities. In this sense, the Gestapo was not just a police force. It became a tool for social engineering, reshaping local societies to fit the Nazi vision of order and compliance. One of the most chilling aspects of the Gestapo's operations in occupied Europe was its role in consolidating Nazi racial policies. In addition to targeting political opponents, the organization began implementing measures that would later become central to the Holocaust. Jewish populations, already subject to discrimination and harassment under the Nuremberg laws, were now systematically catalogued, surveilled, and restricted. The Gestapo maintained files on individuals and families, tracking movements, associations, and property. These records formed the backbone for future deportations and mass executions. In the early stages, the focus was on control, intimidation, and isolation, but the mechanisms were in place for much more extreme measures to come. Local collaboration was key to the Gestapo's effectiveness. In many territories, German authorities co-opted or coerced existing police forces, administrative personnel, and even civilians to provide information. In some cases, collaborators supplied lists of Jewish residents, political activists, or community leaders, effectively outsourcing the identification of targets. In other cases, informants were recruited from prisons, local associations, or youth organizations. These networks multiplied the Gestapo's reach. Even with a relatively small number of officers, the organization could exercise control over millions of people. The psychological effect of knowing that neighbors, colleagues, and family members could report one's actions reinforced compliance and isolated potential resistance. The Gestapo also employed mobility and adaptability as part of its method. Teams could move rapidly from town to town, acting on intelligence and targeting individuals or groups as required. Interrogation techniques were adapted to local contexts, combining bureaucratic documentation with intimidation. Officers were trained to observe carefully, note patterns of behavior, and anticipate potential threats. This approach created the impression that the Gestapo was omnipresent, capable of penetrating every corner of occupied societies. People internalized the fear, modifying their behavior even when no Gestapo officer was present. In this way, the organization extended its power far beyond its physical presence. Another innovation was the systematic use of preventive detention. While in Germany this practice had been primarily political, in occupied territories it was expanded to include ethnic, religious, and social categories. Individuals could be arrested and imprisoned not for crimes they had committed, but for belonging to groups considered threatening or undesirable. This preventive approach reinforced the totalitarian logic. The Gestapo acted not only to punish but to preemptively eliminate potential opposition. Families and communities quickly learned the consequences of resistance, further solidifying the climate of fear. By 1940, the Gestapo had become an indispensable instrument of Nazi domination across Europe. It combined intelligence gathering, social manipulation, and preventive repression into a single, effective mechanism of control. Its methods were both brutal and bureaucratic, relying on paperwork, denunciations, and psychological pressure as much as on physical coercion. In occupied territories, it shaped societies through anticipation and fear, rather than relying solely on force. Citizens and communities learned to navigate its presence carefully, often complying or cooperating to avoid attention. In this way, the Gestapo became not only a tool of repression but a framework for governance, setting the stage for the even more extensive operations of the later war years. As the Gestapo extended its operations across occupied Europe, it became clear that its effectiveness relied not only on arrests and intelligence but on the orchestration of terror and perception. Occupied populations quickly learned that the Gestapo could strike without warning, for reasons both real and imagined. In towns and cities, the sudden disappearance of a community leader, a teacher, or a family patriarch created ripple effects of fear. People began monitoring their own behavior, avoiding gatherings, and speaking cautiously in public. Compliance often arose not from ideological conviction but from the anticipation of violence. A hallmark of the Gestapo's strategy. In many regions, the Gestapo relied heavily on collaboration with local authorities. Municipal police forces, administrative officials, and even ordinary citizens were co-opted to gather intelligence, enforce regulations, and identify targets. In some countries, these collaborations were voluntary, motivated by ideology, opportunism, or survival. In others, coercion and intimidation forced compliance. The result was a vast network of eyes and ears feeding information back to the Gestapo, extending its reach far beyond what its officers could manage alone. Even a small Gestapo presence could exert extraordinary influence when the population itself became a source of surveillance. Ethnic and political targeting became central to operations in occupied territories. Jews, Roma, political dissidents, intellectuals, and members of the former ruling elite were systematically catalogued and monitored. Arrests, Interrogations and deportations were carried out according to pre-prepared plans that had often been drafted months or years in advance. The organization combined detailed record-keeping with psychological tactics. Families were terrorized, rumors spread, and uncertainty maintained. Even those not directly affected by arrests experienced fear, reinforcing compliance and discouraging resistance. In this way, the Gestapo exercised social control not only through direct action but through the psychological weight of its presence. The Gestapo's methods were both adaptive and highly bureaucratic. Field officers tailored strategies to local circumstances, assessing the social, cultural, and political landscape before taking action. Intelligence gathered by the SD and local collaborators informed these decisions, ensuring that interventions were precise and impactful. Files were meticulously maintained, cross-referenced, and updated with new information from informants, interrogations, and community monitoring. These dossiers allowed the Gestapo to anticipate potential trouble, neutralize opposition, and reinforce Nazi authority without needing to deploy overwhelming numbers of officers. The combination of detailed planning, surveillance, and psychological manipulation made the organization disproportionately effective. One of the most chilling aspects of this period was the early groundwork for mass deportation and extermination. In occupied Poland, for example, Jewish populations were registered, restricted, and increasingly isolated under Gestapo oversight. Concentration camps, initially used for political prisoners and undesirables, began to expand their populations as the racial and political policies of the Nazi state evolved. The Gestapo maintained files tracking movements, contacts, and property, creating the logistical foundation for larger-scale atrocities. This was not yet the full industrialized genocide that would come later, but the structures were being tested and refined. By collecting information, identifying targets, and coordinating with other agencies, the Gestapo ensured that the machinery of mass repression could be activated efficiently when required. The role of fear in occupied societies cannot be overstated. Even when Gestapo officers were not physically present, their influence was palpable. People knew that neighbors could report them, that a single indiscreet comment might result in arrest, and that families could be punished for the actions of individuals. This omnipresent uncertainty created a climate of psychological control that rivaled or exceeded the effect of overt violence. Citizens adjusted their behavior, avoided public dissent, and learned to navigate the invisible boundaries of acceptable conduct. The Gestapo, in essence, ruled through anticipation as much as action, making fear itself a governing force. Coordination with other branches of the Nazi security apparatus amplified this effect. The Kripo, SD, and SS worked alongside the Gestapo to identify potential threats, enforce policies, and maintain order. Intelligence flowed seamlessly between agencies, allowing arrests, surveillance, and deportations to be executed efficiently. The combination of preventive detention, bureaucratic precision, and psychological manipulation created a system in which resistance was not only dangerous but increasingly difficult to organize. Social cohesion was fractured, and communities were forced to internalize the rules imposed from above. Compliance became self-reinforcing, with fear acting as both catalyst and enforcer. The Gestapo's approach in occupied Europe also relied on selective visibility. High-profile arrests or public demonstrations of enforcement were strategically used to send a message. Meanwhile, the majority of operations remained hidden, maintaining the sense that the organization's reach was unlimited. People internalized this uncertainty, creating an environment in which self-censorship and social conformity became habitual. The power of the Gestapo, therefore, was amplified by imagination. Citizens never knew exactly what the organization knew or when it would act, but they assumed its awareness was complete. This made it not only a police force but a psychological instrument of domination. By the time Germany prepared to invade Western Europe in 1940, the Gestapo had established a model for occupation and control that combined intelligence, preventive detention, propaganda, social participation, and psychological manipulation. Its operations demonstrated that a relatively small organization, when embedded in an extensive network of collaborators and institutions, could dominate millions. Fear, anticipation, and perception became as important as arrests or executions. The techniques developed in Poland and other early occupied territories would later be replicated and expanded across Europe, forming the foundation for the Gestapo's role in the full-scale repression, deportation, and genocide that marked the height of the Nazi regime. Chapter 7: The Gestapo and the Concentration Camps. As the Gestapo expanded its reach across occupied Europe, its role increasingly intersected with the concentration camp system. Originally conceived as a place to detain political opponents and social undesirables, camps became an essential tool for enforcing Nazi control. The Gestapo did not operate these camps directly, but its actions were the lifeblood of the system. It identified targets, issued orders for detention, and ensured that individuals were delivered into the network of repression. The camps, in turn, reinforced the Gestapo's psychological grip, creating visible evidence of the consequences of nonconformity. Together, secret police and camps formed a mutually reinforcing structure of fear and control. The process of arrest and detention was highly bureaucratic. When someone was targeted, the Gestapo prepared files documenting perceived offenses, associations, and potential threats. Orders for protective custody were then issued, often with little or no explanation to the accused. Prisoners were transported to camps, where records were meticulously logged. Each step in the system created the impression of legality, even as individual rights and judicial oversight were completely absent. This blend of administrative formality and arbitrary authority was central to the Gestapo's power. Ordinary citizens saw paperwork and stamps, assuming procedure was being followed, while in reality, the rules were entirely flexible to meet the needs of the regime. The concentration camps themselves became laboratories for the Gestapo's approach to repression. Early camps like Dachau and Sachsenhausen were intended primarily for political prisoners, Jehovah's Witnesses, and social outcasts, but they quickly evolved to accommodate a growing range of detainees. Arrested individuals could be held indefinitely, subjected to interrogation, forced labor, and harsh living conditions. Even when they survived physically, their experience served as a warning to others. The visible consequences of arrest amplified the Gestapo's reach beyond its offices, demonstrating that the secret police could determine one's fate in ways ordinary law enforcement never could. Fear of such outcomes shaped behavior throughout Germany and occupied territories. Psychological tactics were as important as physical coercion. The Gestapo used fear, uncertainty, and anticipation to control not only the general population but also the prisoners themselves. Once in a camp, detainees were kept in a state of uncertainty. Release could come unexpectedly, or punishment might arrive for minor infractions. Rumors, selective punishments, and the unpredictable behavior of guards created an environment where prisoners internalized the rules and learned to anticipate consequences. This mirrored the organization's broader approach in society at large, where invisible surveillance and the threat of arrest compelled self-regulation. The Gestapo also refined methods for targeting groups systematically. Political opponents were identified early, often before they could organize resistance. Religious dissenters, including clergy and active congregants, were catalogued and arrested if they voiced criticism or refused to comply with Nazi directives. Ethnic and social groups labeled undesirable were similarly tracked. Jews, Roma, homosexuals, and the disabled were included as Nazi policies evolved, their identification and arrest facilitated through Gestapo coordination with municipal authorities and other branches of the SS. By maintaining detailed files and following pre-established procedures, the Gestapo ensured that large-scale arrests could be carried out efficiently, making the concentration camp system scalable across Europe. Another element of the Gestapo's control was its integration with local collaborators. In occupied territories, camp administrations often relied on lists provided by local authorities, police, and civilians. Informants identified individuals for arrest, and Gestapo officers oversaw the execution of these orders. This integration amplified the organization's reach while minimizing the need for additional personnel. Local populations learned to fear both the Gestapo and the consequences of noncompliance, further embedding the Nazi system of surveillance and repression. The camps, in effect, acted as physical manifestations of the Gestapo's authority, reinforcing the perception of omnipotence that the secret police cultivated. The organization's approach to detention was strategic as well as punitive. High-profile arrests or transfers to camps were often publicized, serving as warnings to the community. At the same time, many operations remained discreet, enhancing the perception that the Gestapo could strike anywhere and at any time. This balance of visibility and invisibility made the organization seem larger and more omnipresent than it actually was. Individuals and communities adjusted their behavior preemptively, demonstrating the Gestapo's ability to govern through anticipation and fear rather than through constant, visible enforcement. Legal manipulation remained central to the process. Orders for protective custody were often framed in terms of state security, with the detainee presented as a potential threat. Families were rarely given explanations, and judicial review was non-existent. The Gestapo's use of formal documentation lent a veneer of legitimacy to what was in reality arbitrary detention and coercion. This bureaucratic legitimacy was crucial. It allowed the organization to operate openly, maintain internal discipline, and avoid the perception of chaos or illegitimacy, even as it systematically destroyed lives. By the early 1940s, the link between the Gestapo and the concentration camp system was firmly established. The camps were not merely prisons but tools of social control, reinforcing the Gestapo's broader strategy of shaping behavior through fear and uncertainty. Together, secret police and detention facilities created a dual system of repression, one that operated psychologically through anticipation and intimidation, and one that operated physically through detention, forced labor, and punishment. This combination allowed the Gestapo to extend its influence far beyond the limits of its personnel, transforming entire societies into environments of surveillance, fear, and obedience. The relationship between the Gestapo and the concentration camp system deepened as World War II progressed, and with it, the scale and efficiency of repression increased dramatically. The Gestapo's primary function remained the identification and apprehension of enemies of the state, but this extended far beyond the traditional political dissident. Ethnic, religious, and social categories became criteria for arrest and imprisonment. The camps themselves became central instruments of this strategy. By physically removing individuals from society, the Gestapo not only neutralized perceived threats but also sent a clear message to the broader population. Deviation from Nazi norms could have irreversible consequences. The camps were tangible evidence of the Gestapo's power, reinforcing both fear and compliance. Administrative bureaucracy was key to this system. When an individual was targeted, the Gestapo produced detailed documentation, personal information, alleged offenses, political affiliations, and social connections. These records facilitated efficient transfers to concentration camps. Even small infractions or social associations could be amplified to justify arrest. Once in the camp system, detainees were catalogued, registered, and sometimes subjected to forced labor or harsh treatment, creating both psychological and physical consequences. The meticulous paperwork lent an appearance of legality, masking the arbitrary and often brutal nature of the arrests. This combination of bureaucracy and terror was a hallmark of Gestapo operations, blending efficiency with omnipotence. The psychological dimension of camp detention cannot be overstated. Prisoners faced an unpredictable and often hostile environment. Rules changed with little notice. Punishments were applied inconsistently, and survival depended on careful observation, compliance, and adaptability. Even those not physically harmed immediately experienced the strain of uncertainty, isolation, and constant threat. The Gestapo understood that fear, anticipation, and social conditioning were as powerful as direct violence. Through these methods, the camps extended the Gestapo's influence, turning physical confinement into a tool of psychological control that reached far beyond the gates. Targeted groups varied over time, reflecting the evolution of Nazi policies. Political opponents such as communists, social democrats, and trade unionists were the earliest detainees. Jehovah's Witnesses were imprisoned for their refusal to swear allegiance to Hitler, while homosexuals and so-called asocial individuals were sent to camps to enforce social conformity. Jews and Roma were increasingly subjected to Gestapo surveillance and detention, a prelude to mass deportation and extermination. By maintaining detailed files, coordinating with local authorities, and using informants, the Gestapo ensured that arrests could be executed on a large scale, systematically eliminating anyone deemed undesirable or threatening. Collaboration with local authorities amplified the Gestapo's effectiveness. In occupied territories, municipal officials, police, and even civilians provided information about potential detainees. These networks allowed the Gestapo to extend its reach without needing to deploy additional personnel. Informants supplied lists of individuals for arrest, which the Gestapo verified and acted upon. The system created a climate of mistrust within communities. Neighbors, colleagues, and even family members could become informants. This societal complicity magnified the organization's power, demonstrating that the Gestapo's influence extended beyond its own officers into the fabric of everyday life. Selective visibility was another strategic aspect of the Gestapo's approach. High-profile arrests or public displays of enforcement served as warnings, illustrating the consequences of nonconformity. Meanwhile, the majority of operations were invisible, feeding the perception that the organization could strike anywhere at any time. This combination of visible punishment and hidden surveillance amplified fear, making compliance a practical necessity for survival. Citizens internalized the rules and modified behavior accordingly, achieving the Gestapo's goal without the need for continuous direct intervention. Preventive detention was particularly effective in occupied territories, where the Gestapo could preemptively remove individuals who might resist German control. In many cases, individuals were detained not for crimes they had committed but for potential opposition, real or imagined. This preventive logic created uncertainty and paralyzed organized resistance. Communities quickly learned to navigate the Gestapo's expectations, often by self-policing behavior and avoiding any actions that might be construed as disloyal. The organization's power was thus magnified by anticipation. The threat of arrest became as influential as the act itself. Integration with other branches of the Nazi security apparatus further strengthened the Gestapo's role. The SD provided intelligence and analysis, while the Kripo assisted in criminal matters that could intersect with political cases. Orders were coordinated, files cross-referenced, and operations synchronized to maximize efficiency. This collaboration allowed the Gestapo to operate as a hub within a broader network of repression. Detainees' fates were influenced not only by their actions but by their social and political connections, emphasizing the organization's ability to govern through anticipation, documentation, and fear. By the mid-war years, the Gestapo's link to the concentration camp system had become institutionalized. Camps were no longer merely facilities for detaining political dissidents. They were tools of social and political control, reinforcing obedience across occupied Europe. The combination of bureaucratic efficiency, psychological pressure, preventive detention, local collaboration, and selective visibility created a system in which fear governed behavior. The Gestapo's influence extended far beyond its physical presence, turning societies into environments of surveillance, mistrust, and compliance. This integration laid the groundwork for the even more extensive and horrific campaigns of repression, deportation, and genocide that would follow in the years ahead. Chapter 8: Gestapo Intelligence and Espionage. By the time World War II expanded across Europe, the Gestapo had evolved far beyond a secret police for internal repression. It had become an intelligence organization of remarkable reach and sophistication, capable of gathering information, infiltrating networks, and shaping political outcomes both within Germany and in occupied territories. The agency's success was not just in arrests or surveillance, but in its ability to anticipate threats, collect information, and manipulate perceptions. Understanding its intelligence operations reveals how a relatively small organization could exert disproportionate influence over millions, turning secrecy and fear into instruments of control. The backbone of Gestapo intelligence was a complex system of networks, files, and informants. Officers relied on a combination of pre-war intelligence and ongoing reporting to track potential dissidents, opposition movements, and foreign agents. Local collaborators, municipal authorities, and ordinary citizens fed the system with information ranging from casual gossip to detailed observations. Each report was recorded, cross-referenced, and added to dossiers on individuals or groups. The Gestapo's files often included personal history, associations, work habits, religious affiliations, and even travel patterns. By compiling such detailed intelligence, the organization could identify emerging threats long before they materialized, giving it a preemptive advantage in maintaining control. The SD, or Sicherheitsdienst, served as the intelligence arm of the SS and worked closely with the Gestapo. While the SD focused on broader political analysis and foreign espionage, its findings often guided Gestapo operations. This collaboration allowed for a seamless flow of information between domestic surveillance and international intelligence. By combining local reports with strategic intelligence, the Gestapo could act decisively, whether to neutralize resistance groups, monitor ethnic populations, or intervene in occupied territories. Intelligence was both a tool for action and a mechanism to project power, reinforcing the impression that the Gestapo's gaze was everywhere. Espionage techniques were adapted to diverse environments. In Germany, officers infiltrated opposition groups, tapped into professional associations, and monitored social networks. In occupied territories, they relied on local collaborators and undercover agents to identify individuals who might challenge German authority. Networks were deliberately compartmentalized. Even operatives within the Gestapo often knew only portions of an investigation, maintaining secrecy and reducing the risk of exposure. This compartmentalization not only safeguarded operations but also enhanced the aura of omniscience, making the organization seem more pervasive than it actually was. The Gestapo also specialized in counterintelligence. Its officers monitored for spies, saboteurs, and subversive activities, both foreign and domestic. Operations targeted resistance movements in occupied countries, intercepted communications, and disrupted networks before they could mount effective action. This preventive strategy was central to the Gestapo's power. Neutralizing threats before they manifested reduced the need for widespread military intervention and allowed German authorities to maintain tight control over large populations. The perception of omnipresent monitoring reinforced compliance and discouraged collective action. Even when actual enforcement resources were limited, a unique aspect of Gestapo intelligence was the integration of social dynamics into surveillance. Officers understood that personal relationships, professional hierarchies, and social influence could be leveraged to gather information. Informants were cultivated within workplaces, schools, religious communities, and political organizations. By exploiting interpersonal networks, the Gestapo could identify not only individuals who posed a threat, but also the structure of groups that might resist Nazi authority. This allowed the organization to act strategically, targeting leaders and influencers while spreading fear among broader populations. Intelligence was thus not only about collecting facts, but also about shaping behavior through anticipation and perception. The Gestapo's intelligence files were comprehensive and methodical. They documented political affiliations, ethnic background, religious involvement, and social connections. Even minor infractions, rumors, or unverified suspicions could be recorded, feeding a self-reinforcing system of surveillance. These files were cross-referenced to detect patterns, predict future behavior, and guide interventions. For instance, a person associated with a religious group opposing Nazi doctrine might be flagged for monitoring or arrest, while a worker with complaints about labor conditions could be investigated for political unreliability. The depth and breadth of these records created an impression of total awareness, magnifying the Gestapo's influence far beyond its numerical strength. The psychological impact of Gestapo intelligence operations was profound. People were aware that their actions, words, and associations could be reported, scrutinized, and acted upon. This awareness altered behavior even among those not directly targeted. Citizens became cautious, self-regulating, and often complicit in maintaining the regime's dominance. Communities were fractured, with trust replaced by suspicion, and ordinary relationships were distorted by fear of denunciation. Intelligence operations, therefore, were not merely about gathering information but about creating a societal environment in which compliance became automatic. The Gestapo also used intelligence to coordinate deportations, arrests, and punitive actions in occupied Europe. Detailed dossiers allowed officers to plan operations efficiently, ensuring that entire networks of resistance could be dismantled with minimal risk. Individuals were detained, interrogated, or sent to concentration camps based on carefully compiled information. By combining preemptive intelligence with selective enforcement, the Gestapo ensured maximum psychological and operational effect. Its methods demonstrated that intelligence was not merely supportive to repression, it was central to it, a force multiplier that transformed fear and anticipation into governance. Through its sophisticated intelligence network, the Gestapo could act simultaneously as investigator, enforcer, and regulator of social behavior. It did not require enormous numbers of officers because it harnessed local collaboration, informants, and bureaucratic systems to extend its influence. Surveillance, espionage, and documentation created the impression of an all-seeing organization, while actual operations were strategic and efficient. By 1941, this intelligence infrastructure had become deeply embedded across Germany and occupied territories, forming the basis for more extensive campaigns of repression, deportation, and ultimately genocide. The The Gestapo had become both the eyes and the hands of the Nazi regime, controlling societies not only through visible action but through invisible anticipation and fear. The Gestapo's intelligence operations extended far beyond merely collecting information. They were an instrument of both psychological and physical control. Through meticulous surveillance, systematic file-keeping, and strategic use of informants, the organization shaped behavior and ensured compliance. One of its core strategies was to cultivate a pervasive sense of uncertainty. Citizens never knew what was being observed, who might report them, or how quickly action could be taken. This uncertainty was as powerful as any arrest, forcing individuals and communities to internalize Nazi rules and preemptively regulate their own behavior. In effect, fear became a form of governance. Field operations were carefully coordinated. Gestapo officers often infiltrated social groups, workplaces, and religious communities. They established networks of informants who could relay information on potential subversive activities, dissenting opinions, or nonconformity. These informants were sometimes coerced, sometimes ideologically aligned, and sometimes motivated by personal grievances. The Gestapo combined intelligence from these sources with pre-existing files to construct detailed profiles of individuals, including social connections, personal habits, and even political tendencies. This allowed the organization to anticipate not only potential resistance but also likely reactions to their interventions, making operations more precise and effective. Espionage extended beyond Germany's borders. In occupied territories, the Gestapo monitored resistance movements, espionage networks, and political opponents. Its agents worked alongside collaborators, infiltrating communities and gathering intelligence on potential threats to German authority. Reports were meticulously documented and sent to central offices for analysis, allowing for coordinated interventions. Arrests, surveillance, and deportations were guided by this intelligence, ensuring that operations were efficient and that resistance networks were dismantled systematically. The Gestapo's ability to anticipate actions rather than merely react to them became a hallmark of its approach, making it far more effective than conventional law enforcement. Psychological tactics were deeply integrated with intelligence work. The Gestapo understood that knowledge alone was not enough. Perception and fear were equally important. Rumors of imminent arrests, the sudden disappearance of neighbors, or the public targeting of individuals all reinforced the perception of omnipresence. Citizens internalized these risks and often modified their behavior before any Gestapo action occurred. Families, workplaces, and social networks became instruments of compliance, as individuals self-policed and reported on one another to avoid suspicion. In this way, intelligence gathering served a dual purpose. It identified targets and simultaneously reshaped society's behavior through fear. The organization's files were central to its power. Each dossier contained a wealth of information: personal history, professional activities, associations, travel, and ideological leanings. These files were continuously updated with reports from informants, field officers, and other agencies such as the SD and Kripo. Cross-referencing allowed officers to detect patterns, anticipate connections, and identify emerging threats. For instance, a single report of dissent in a workplace could be linked to broader networks of influence, allowing the Gestapo to intervene strategically. This combination of data collection, analysis, and operational action made the organization appear omnipotent. Even when resources were limited, denunciation was a force multiplier. The Gestapo actively encouraged citizens to report suspicious behavior, creating a self-reinforcing surveillance system. Some citizens acted out of ideological loyalty, others out of fear or personal gain. Every report, whether accurate or motivated by ulterior motives, was logged and often used to pressure or interrogate targets. Communities became fragmented, and ordinary relationships were strained as trust eroded. The psychological impact of potential betrayal amplified the Gestapo's reach far beyond the physical capacity of its officers. In essence, intelligence became both a weapon and a framework for social control. Coordination with other Nazi institutions enhanced operational efficiency. Information gathered by the Gestapo was shared with concentration camp administrators, military police, and occupation authorities. This enabled precise, preemptive action against individuals or groups identified as threats. Intelligence guided deportations, arrests, and punitive measures, creating a seamless system of control. Preventive detention, based on the anticipation of opposition, allowed the Gestapo to act before resistance could crystallize. This proactive approach minimized the need for mass enforcement while maximizing psychological and operational impact. The integration of espionage, surveillance, and social manipulation transformed the Gestapo into more than a police agency. It became a central mechanism of totalitarian governance. Its ability to control populations depended not solely on physical power but on perception, anticipation, and fear. Citizens internalized the organization's omnipresence, modifying behavior and monitoring one another. Communities were subtly coerced into compliance, while intelligence operations provided both the information and the pretext for targeted repression. This combination of knowledge and psychological influence allowed a relatively small organization to dominate entire societies. By 1942, the Gestapo's intelligence and espionage capabilities had matured into a highly sophisticated network that extended across Germany and occupied Europe. It was now capable of influencing political, social, and cultural life on a continental scale. Through meticulous record-keeping, strategic infiltration, coordinated operations, and the manipulation of perception, the Gestapo ensured that fear and obedience became deeply embedded in daily life. Its legacy demonstrates how intelligence can be transformed into a tool of governance, blending surveillance, coercion, and psychological influence to exercise power far beyond the limits of its physical presence. Chapter 9: The Gestapo and Resistance Movements. One of the most critical challenges faced by the Gestapo during World War II was the suppression of resistance movements across Germany and occupied Europe. Resistance took many forms, ranging from clandestine political organizations, underground press operations, and sabotage, to passive noncompliance and small acts of defiance in daily life. The Gestapo's response combined intelligence gathering, infiltration, psychological manipulation, and targeted repression. By examining its methods, one can understand how a relatively small secret police force was able to counter organized opposition and maintain the appearance of omnipotence. The Gestapo treated resistance as both a political and a social problem. Its officers analyzed movements not only for their immediate threat but also for their potential to influence wider populations. Small networks could serve as catalysts for broader dissent, so the organization prioritized preemptive disruption. Using intelligence from informants, collaborators, and local authorities, the Gestapo identified leaders, organizers, and key communicators. Arrests were often conducted swiftly to prevent groups from consolidating or disseminating information. Those who were detained were interrogated extensively, sometimes tortured, and occasionally sent to concentration camps. These measures served both to neutralize the immediate threat and to intimidate communities into compliance. In Germany itself, political resistance was often covert. Underground publications, anti-Nazi leaflets, and secret meetings required careful monitoring. The Gestapo deployed surveillance officers, infiltrators, and informants to track these activities. Informers were recruited from workplaces, schools, and social networks, often incentivized by ideology, fear, or personal gain. Reports from these informants were cross-referenced with existing files to construct comprehensive profiles. By mapping social networks and identifying central figures, the Gestapo could dismantle entire resistance cells before they had the chance to act. The psychological effect of potential exposure discouraged collective organizing, leaving the majority of citizens hesitant to engage in political dissent. Occupied territories posed different challenges. In countries like France, Poland, the Netherlands, and Belgium, resistance movements were more widespread and varied in tactics. The Gestapo adapted by relying heavily on local collaborators, intelligence networks, and infiltration. Resistance groups often operated in secrecy, yet even isolated acts could have wide-reaching effects if discovered. The Gestapo used preventive measures, monitoring mail, intercepting communications, tracking travel, and recruiting informants from within communities. Arrests were strategic, targeting leaders first and using the threat of punishment against their associates to dismantle networks. By combining intelligence, anticipation, and strategic repression, the Gestapo effectively neutralized many organized resistance movements. Countering sabotage was another critical function. Resistance groups often targeted factories, railways, communication lines, and military installations. Gestapo officers investigated incidents rapidly, cross-referencing information from local collaborators, informants, and other intelligence sources. They analyzed patterns to predict future actions and preempt further attacks. Surveillance extended to workers, engineers, and even casual observers who might report suspicious activity. The organization's efficiency lay not in manpower alone, but in the ability to anticipate threats, manipulate perception, and exploit social networks. This allowed the Gestapo to respond to sabotage with precision, often preventing broader disruptions. The Gestapo's psychological strategy was a vital complement to its operational approach. By publicizing arrests, deportations, and punitive measures, the organization created a culture of fear that extended beyond those directly affected. Individuals internalized the risk of resistance, understanding that both themselves and their families could face consequences for noncompliance. Rumors of impending arrests, combined with selective enforcement, magnified the Gestapo's presence in daily life. Communities self-policed, reporting suspicious activity and moderating behavior. This social engineering transformed fear into an instrument of control, allowing the Gestapo to maintain authority without constant visible enforcement. Denunciation played a critical role in countering resistance. Citizens were encouraged, explicitly and implicitly, to report suspicious behavior. Some did so out of loyalty to the regime, others out of fear or personal advantage. Every report, regardless of its accuracy, was logged, verified, and used to pressure or interrogate individuals. This system created mistrust within communities, undermining the cohesion necessary for organized opposition. By turning neighbors and colleagues into potential informants, the Gestapo effectively outsourced surveillance and enforcement, multiplying its influence without expanding its personnel. In effect, the organization's intelligence network became self-reinforcing. The Gestapo also coordinated closely with other branches of the Nazi state. Military police, the SD, and concentration camp administrators worked in tandem with Gestapo operations, ensuring that resistance could be countered comprehensively. Intelligence gathered in the field informed decisions about arrests, preventive detention, and punitive actions. Leaders of resistance movements were often sent to camps, while associates were subjected to interrogation or surveillance. This multi-layered approach allowed the Gestapo to act with precision, using both preventive and reactive measures. Resistance was not merely punished. It was anticipated and dismantled before it could grow to be why 1942. The Gestapo's operations against resistance movements had become highly systematized. The combination of surveillance, infiltration, psychological manipulation, and strategic repression allowed the organization to suppress opposition on a continental scale. Its success was not measured solely by arrests or deaths, but by the chilling effect it produced. Populations internalized fear, self-policed, and often refrained from collective action. Resistance still existed, but the Gestapo ensured it was fragmented, isolated, and under constant threat. Through this integration of intelligence and social control, the organization demonstrated how fear, anticipation, and strategic intervention could achieve the same objectives as brute force, creating an environment in which dissent became nearly impossible. The Gestapo's suppression of resistance extended beyond immediate arrests to long-term psychological control. Once a resistance network was identified and dismantled, the organization continued monitoring associates, family members, and communities to prevent resurgence. The goal was not only to eliminate existing opposition but also to cultivate a pervasive sense of inevitability. The perception that resistance would be futile, that the Gestapo could anticipate every act of defiance, and that survival depended on compliance. This strategy was highly effective, shaping social behavior without the need for constant direct intervention. In addition to infiltration and intelligence gathering, the Gestapo employed selective terror to maximize impact. Arrests and interrogations were often publicized to serve as cautionary examples. Individuals who were deported or sent to concentration camps became symbols of the consequences of opposition. In occupied territories, prominent members of resistance groups were targeted first, their removal designed to disrupt organizational leadership and demoralize followers. This approach relied on both precision and visibility. The organization struck strategically, but its actions were widely known, amplifying fear across communities. Ordinary citizens learned to avoid participation in resistance, internalizing the lessons of those who had been punished. Resistance movements themselves adapted, developing clandestine methods to evade detection. Yet the Gestapo's reach remained formidable. Informant networks penetrated even secret meetings, and field agents observed patterns of communication, movement, and social association. Intelligence officers used these observations to anticipate activities, preempt actions, and dismantle cells before they could execute operations. The organization's efficiency did not require overwhelming manpower. Instead, it leveraged psychology, social networks, and information management to achieve disproportionately large effects. Resistance existed, but the Gestapo's anticipatory control limited its scope and effectiveness. Denunciation continued to play a central role. Citizens, aware of the consequences of failing to report, often supplied the Gestapo with information about neighbors, colleagues, and even family members. In some cases, personal grudges or opportunism motivated reports, but regardless of intent, every piece of information was incorporated into the Gestapo's intelligence framework. This system transformed communities into instruments of surveillance, where fear and mistrust were internalized. People learned that actions as mundane as a private conversation or a gesture of solidarity could lead to observation, reporting, and punishment. The Gestapo's influence, therefore, extended beyond direct enforcement into the very fabric of social life. Collaboration with other Nazi institutions amplified effectiveness. The SD, the Kripo, and the military police shared intelligence and coordinated actions with the Gestapo. This ensured that arrests, interrogations, and preventive detentions were executed efficiently and with maximum impact. Resistance leaders were frequently sent to concentration camps, while broader networks were subjected to surveillance or intimidation. The system combined legal manipulation, psychological coercion, and strategic violence, making resistance increasingly difficult to organize. Communities learned quickly that compliance was not merely advisable but essential for survival. Psychological operations complemented direct enforcement. The Gestapo cultivated an environment of uncertainty, where citizens never knew whether they were being watched or what might trigger intervention. Rumors of arrests, sudden disappearances, and targeted punitive measures reinforced the perception of omnipresence. This invisible surveillance was often more effective than physical control, as individuals internalized fear and moderated behavior preemptively. In this way, intelligence, terror, and social manipulation worked together to suppress dissent across vast regions, transforming entire societies into compliant populations without requiring constant visible enforcement. The Gestapo also targeted cultural and social aspects of resistance. Underground newspapers, clandestine schools, and religious organizations were closely monitored. Leaders were neutralized through arrest or intimidation, while supporters were pressured to conform or risk punitive consequences. Even minor acts of defiance, such as assisting those in hiding or disseminating forbidden materials, could trigger surveillance and intervention. The Gestapo's approach was holistic. It sought to eliminate both organized resistance and the social conditions that allowed it to emerge. Through anticipation, infiltration, and social engineering, the organization maintained control over broad segments of society. By the mid-war years, the Gestapo had established a blueprint for countering resistance that combined intelligence, social manipulation, and targeted repression. Its success lay not only in arrests or deportations, but in its ability to shape behavior through fear, anticipation, and uncertainty. Populations internalized the threat of surveillance, creating self-policing communities that reinforced Nazi dominance. Resistance persisted, but it was fragmented, cautious, and limited in scope. The Gestapo's operations demonstrated the effectiveness of combining psychological, bureaucratic, and operational strategies, transforming a small organization into an instrument capable of suppressing dissent across entire nations. The Gestapo's legacy in combating resistance highlights the profound interplay between fear, intelligence, and social control. By leveraging perception as much as power, the organization created an environment in which opposition became difficult and dangerous. Citizens were monitored, influenced, and manipulated in ways that extended beyond immediate action, embedding the regime's authority in the very structure of society. This method of anticipatory control would remain one of the Gestapo's most enduring and chilling innovations, illustrating how a secret police organization could achieve domination not through sheer force alone, but through the meticulous orchestration of fear, surveillance, and psychological pressure. Chapter 10: The Gestapo's Internal Structure and Leadership. To truly understand the Gestapo, one must examine its internal structure and the personalities that guided its operations. Unlike conventional police organizations, the Gestapo was designed to operate both as a law enforcement body and a political instrument of terror. Its hierarchy was deliberately complex, blending administrative bureaucracy with direct loyalty to Adolf Hitler and Heinrich Himmler. This dual function allowed the Gestapo to implement Nazi policies with precision while maintaining autonomy from traditional legal oversight. The result was an organization capable of extraordinary efficiency in surveillance, repression, and enforcement. The apex of the Gestapo was Heinrich Müller, its head for much of the war. Müller was a figure shrouded in mystery and efficiency. His influence extended across domestic Germany and into occupied territories. He coordinated operations, oversaw intelligence gathering, and ensured that the organization's actions aligned with the objectives of the SS and the Nazi Party. Under him, the Gestapo operated as a centralized yet flexible instrument, capable of deploying officers, monitoring resistance, and administering preventive detention with remarkable speed. Müller's ability to integrate bureaucratic processes with covert operations was a key factor in the organization's effectiveness. Beneath Müller, the Gestapo was divided into departments based on function, geography, and target groups. Some sections focused on political opponents, tracking communists, social democrats, and dissenting organizations. Others concentrated on so-called racial or social undesirables, including Jews, Roma, and homosexuals. Criminal investigations, security operations, and counter-espionage were handled by specialized divisions. Each unit maintained its own network of officers, informants, and local collaborators, but all reported up the chain of command. This hierarchical structure allowed for both specialization and coordination, ensuring that intelligence, arrests, and preventive measures were implemented systematically across Germany and its occupied territories. The Gestapo's internal culture emphasized loyalty, discretion, and ruthlessness. Officers were selected for ideological commitment, administrative skill, and psychological acumen. They were trained to observe, report, and act decisively, often blending bureaucratic precision with brutal enforcement. Promotion depended not only on competence but also on demonstrated loyalty to Nazi ideology and the ability to execute orders without hesitation or moral concern. This culture created an organization that functioned as both an intelligence agency and a political enforcer, where personal initiative was valued so long as it aligned with the broader objectives of the regime. Collaboration with other Nazi institutions was formalized within the Gestapo's internal framework. The Sicherheitsdienst, SD, provided intelligence support, while the Kriminalpolizei, Kripo, handled conventional criminal investigations. Coordination with the SS ensured that ideological and strategic objectives were maintained, while the judicial system, though largely bypassed, provided a veneer of legality. This integration allowed the Gestapo to operate efficiently across multiple domains: domestic surveillance, occupation enforcement, political repression, and racial persecution. Each division contributed to a cohesive system capable of both preventative and reactive action. The organization's regional structure extended its reach beyond Berlin. Local offices, known as Amtsgruppen, were established in cities and towns across Germany and occupied territories. These offices functioned semi-autonomously, carrying out surveillance, arrests, and intelligence gathering tailored to local conditions. Officers in these offices maintained close contact with local police, informants, and administrative authorities, allowing them to adapt general Gestapo policies to specific contexts. This regional decentralization, combined with centralized oversight from Berlin, ensured both efficiency and flexibility. Local officers could act swiftly while remaining aligned with overarching objectives. Documentation and record-keeping were integral to the Gestapo's structure. Every arrest, interrogation, and surveillance operation generated files that were meticulously maintained and cross-referenced. These records served multiple purposes: tracking suspects, coordinating operations, supporting preventive detention, and reinforcing the perception of omnipresence. Files were shared with other departments, occupation authorities, and concentration camp administrators as needed. The bureaucratic infrastructure allowed a relatively small organization to manage vast amounts of information, ensuring that operations could be precise, coordinated, and scalable. The Gestapo's leadership style was authoritarian but reliant on delegated responsibility. While strategic objectives and priorities were set by Müller and the SS, individual officers and divisions often exercised discretion in operational decisions. This balance of top-down authority and localized initiative allowed the organization to act swiftly in dynamic circumstances, whether identifying emerging resistance, managing occupied populations, or responding to security threats. Officers were expected to act decisively, using both intelligence and judgment to achieve objectives without constant supervision. Another distinctive feature of the Gestapo's internal structure was the integration of ideology into bureaucratic function. Administrative processes, surveillance protocols, and arrest procedures were guided by Nazi principles of racial purity, political loyalty, and social conformity. Officers were indoctrinated to view their actions as both practical enforcement and moral duty, reinforcing their commitment to the regime. This fusion of bureaucracy and ideology ensured that the Gestapo operated with efficiency, ruthlessness, and ideological consistency, making it a uniquely powerful instrument of Nazi control. The combination of centralized leadership, functional specialization, regional offices, and ideological integration created a Gestapo capable of extraordinary reach and efficiency. Its internal structure allowed the organization to manage complex operations across Germany and occupied territories, coordinate intelligence and enforcement, and maintain both operational effectiveness and psychological influence. Understanding this structure is essential to comprehending how a relatively small secret police force became one of the most feared and efficient instruments of repression in modern history, capable of reshaping societies through surveillance, intimidation, and anticipation. The Gestapo's internal leadership extended beyond hierarchy to include the cultivation of authority through fear, efficiency, and ideological alignment. Officers understood that influence relied not only on rank but on the perception of omnipresence. Bureaucratic authority, combined with the ability to act decisively, allowed leaders to maintain control over both subordinates and the population at large. Decisions made at the top cascaded down through a disciplined yet flexible network of officers, ensuring that strategic objectives, whether political repression, racial persecution, or the suppression of resistance, were implemented consistently across Germany and occupied territories. One striking feature of the Gestapo's leadership was the balance between central control and delegated initiative. While Heinrich Müller and his senior officers set priorities and oversaw coordination, field officers were expected to interpret orders and act with discretion. This system allowed the organization to respond swiftly to local developments, adapt to changing conditions, and exploit opportunities for preemptive action. Officers who demonstrated judgment, efficiency, and loyalty often advanced rapidly, reinforcing a culture in which competence was valued so long as it aligned with ideological and operational objectives. Training and indoctrination were central to maintaining the Gestapo's internal cohesion. Officers were instructed not only in investigative techniques and intelligence gathering, but in ideological commitment, psychological manipulation, and methods of coercion. This dual focus created personnel capable of blending bureaucratic precision with ruthlessness. Officers were encouraged to anticipate threats, exploit social networks, and maintain meticulous documentation, all while operating under the principle that loyalty to the Nazi state outweighed individual moral or legal considerations. Such training ensured that every level of the organization functioned efficiently, reinforcing both operational success and psychological dominance. The Gestapo's divisions were organized according to function and specialization, which enhanced effectiveness. Departments focused on political dissent, racial policies, criminal investigations, and foreign espionage, among other areas. Each division maintained its own cadre of officers, informants, and local contacts, but all reported through the chain of command to central leadership in Berlin. This structure allowed for coordination without sacrificing the flexibility needed to respond to specific situations. Information, directives, and operational plans flowed seamlessly between divisions, creating an integrated system capable of anticipating and neutralizing threats with remarkable efficiency. Regional offices were a critical extension of the Gestapo's leadership strategy. Located in major cities and towns across Germany and occupied territories, these offices acted semi-autonomously, managing local surveillance, arrests, and intelligence collection. Officers in regional offices were often intimately familiar with their communities, enabling them to identify potential threats quickly and act decisively. At the same time, they maintained communication with central leadership, ensuring that local initiatives aligned with broader objectives. This balance of local knowledge and centralized oversight allowed the Gestapo to operate effectively across a vast and diverse territory. Documentation and record-keeping reinforced the authority of Gestapo leadership. Every operation, arrest, and surveillance activity was logged, filed, and cross-referenced. These records were used to coordinate actions, track targets, and evaluate operational effectiveness. They also created a perception of order and omniscience. Even when officers were not physically present, the documentation implied that the organization had complete awareness. Leadership relied on this bureaucracy not only for operational control but for psychological influence, amplifying the organization's perceived reach and authority. The Gestapo's leaders also cultivated a culture of accountability, though one deeply entwined with fear and ideological conformity. Officers were expected to achieve results, maintain secrecy, and exercise judgment, but they were also constantly evaluated for loyalty and effectiveness. Mistakes or failures could result in demotion, reassignment, or punitive measures. This internal pressure ensured discipline and reinforced the organization's ruthless efficiency. Loyalty to the regime, combined with personal ambition and fear of reprisal, kept officers motivated and aligned with strategic objectives. Integration with other branches of the Nazi state further enhanced the leadership's effectiveness. Collaboration with the SS, SD, Kripo, and occupation authorities created a multi-layered governance structure. Intelligence gathered by the Gestapo informed military operations, concentration camp management, and broader administrative decisions. Leaders could deploy resources strategically, target specific populations, and coordinate preventive actions to preempt opposition. This integration ensured that the Gestapo's influence extended beyond immediate policing into the broader mechanisms of totalitarian control. Ideology remained central to leadership strategy. Leaders cultivated a workforce that internalized Nazi principles, aligning operational efficiency with moral justification in the eyes of officers. Orders to suppress dissent, deport undesirables, or enforce racial policies were framed as both strategic and moral imperatives. This ideological alignment allowed leaders to maintain cohesion, inspire initiative, and justify extreme actions without hesitation. In combination with hierarchical control, delegation, and regional autonomy, it created a system capable of executing complex operations across diverse territories with terrifying efficiency. By war's midpoint, the Gestapo's internal structure and leadership had matured into a model of centralized authority combined with operational flexibility. Leaders successfully balanced strategic oversight with delegated discretion, integrating intelligence, surveillance, and enforcement into a cohesive system. Psychological influence, bureaucratic precision, and ideological indoctrination ensured that officers acted decisively while reinforcing the perception of omnipotence. The Gestapo's leadership demonstrated how a relatively small organization could dominate entire societies, using a combination of fear, anticipation, and meticulous organization to maintain control over populations across Germany and occupied Europe. Chapter 11: Gestapo Tactics in Surveillance and Interrogation. the Gestapo's ability to dominate society rested on two primary tools: surveillance and interrogation. Surveillance was not merely a passive act of observation. It was a sophisticated, multi-layered system designed to anticipate, influence, and control behavior. Interrogation, in turn, was both a physical and psychological method to extract information, enforce compliance, and perpetuate fear. Together, these tactics allowed a relatively small number of officers to wield influence far beyond their numerical strength, creating an environment in which the perception of omnipresence equaled actual power. Surveillance operated at multiple levels, from local neighborhoods to international operations in occupied territories. In Germany, officers infiltrated workplaces, schools, religious communities, and political organizations. Informants, ordinary citizens, coerced collaborators, or ideologically aligned individuals, provided continuous reports on the activities, opinions, and connections of others. Each observation, rumor, or minor incident was recorded, cross-referenced, and added to detailed dossiers. These files allowed the Gestapo to anticipate dissent, identify potential leaders, and target individuals strategically. The meticulous documentation gave officers both a practical tool for enforcement and a psychological advantage: the sense that nothing could escape the Gestapo's attention. Informants were a central component of surveillance. The Gestapo cultivated them carefully, often exploiting fear, loyalty, or personal ambition. Informants could report on neighbors, co-workers, and even family members, feeding intelligence into the organization's growing database. The Gestapo encouraged a culture of denunciation, offering rewards or protection for cooperation while creating implicit threats for refusal. This system transformed communities into instruments of observation, where citizens monitored each other and internalized the consequences of noncompliance. In essence, the organization outsourced surveillance to ordinary people, multiplying its reach without a corresponding increase in manpower. The use of technology enhanced surveillance, particularly in urban centers and occupied territories. Mail interception, telephone tapping, and the observation of travel and social patterns allowed the Gestapo to monitor communications and identify networks. Even minor actions could be flagged as suspicious, feeding into a broader system of preemptive control. Surveillance was both pervasive and adaptive, combining low-tech human intelligence with emerging technical methods to create a continuous, overlapping network of observation. This integration of methods made it difficult for individuals or groups to evade detection, reinforcing the organization's perception of omnipotence. Interrogation was the complementary tool to surveillance, designed to extract information, confirm intelligence, and enforce compliance. The Gestapo's methods were both psychological and physical. Officers employed isolation, deception, threats, and intimidation to break down resistance, often tailoring techniques to the individual's personality and circumstances. Interrogations were highly structured, combining careful preparation with improvisation based on the subject's reactions. The objective was not only to obtain information but to instill fear, ensuring that detainees and those aware of their fate would internalize the consequences of defiance. Psychological manipulation played a critical role in Gestapo interrogations. Officers often created uncertainty and stress, exploiting fear, guilt, and social pressure. Prisoners might be given false information about associates being arrested, threatened with the consequences of noncompliance, or made to believe that escape or resistance was impossible. These techniques reinforced the Gestapo's image of omniscience, magnifying the psychological impact of interrogation beyond the immediate session. Victims were frequently compelled to cooperate, inform on others, or modify behavior, demonstrating the dual function of interrogation as both intelligence gathering and social control. The Gestapo also integrated intelligence from surveillance into interrogation strategies. Dossiers provided officers with detailed knowledge of the individual's associations, habits, and potential vulnerabilities. This allowed interrogators to target emotional triggers, anticipate responses, and manipulate subjects effectively. The combination of prior intelligence and real-time observation made the organization extraordinarily effective at breaking networks of resistance and ensuring compliance. Interrogation was rarely random. It was calculated, precise, and reinforced by the perception of inescapable oversight. Surveillance and interrogation extended into occupied territories with equally sophisticated methods. The Gestapo monitored resistance movements, underground networks, and local populations. Field agents and collaborators provided intelligence, while interrogation of captured operatives allowed for the identification of additional targets. The system was cyclical. Surveillance informed arrests, arrests led to interrogation, and interrogation generated new intelligence for further surveillance. This continuous feedback loop ensured that the Gestapo could anticipate and neutralize threats efficiently, maintaining control over both individual behavior and broader populations. The integration of psychological tactics, detailed intelligence, and community participation made Gestapo surveillance and interrogation exceptionally effective. Fear was both a tool and an outcome. The threat of observation, the possibility of denunciation, and the experience of interrogation reshaped social behavior. Ordinary citizens internalized the risk of detection and adjusted their actions accordingly. The organization's power relied as much on perception as on physical enforcement, demonstrating that control could be achieved without large numbers of officers. The combination of surveillance, intelligence, and interrogation created a self-reinforcing system of dominance, in which compliance was voluntary in its effect, even if coerced in reality. By the early 1940s, these tactics had reached a level of sophistication that allowed the Gestapo to function as the central nerve center of Nazi repression. Surveillance identified threats and shaped behavior preemptively, while interrogation extracted information and reinforced the perception of omnipresence. Together, they ensured that the organization could maintain control over societies, dismantle resistance, and enforce compliance with precision and efficiency. The Gestapo's methods demonstrate how intelligence, psychology, and bureaucracy can be combined to produce a system of control that is both pervasive and enduring, creating an environment in which fear and anticipation govern behavior as effectively as direct force. The Gestapo's interrogation techniques were designed to exploit the human psyche as much as to extract facts. Officers understood that fear, uncertainty, and social pressure could be as effective as physical coercion. Interrogations often began with subtle psychological manipulation, including intimidation, isolation, and the presentation of seemingly omniscient knowledge. Subjects were confronted with information about their associates, fabricated evidence, or exaggerated claims of Gestapo reach. These tactics created a sense of inevitability, making resistance or concealment appear futile. Psychological pressure alone frequently compelled cooperation, demonstrating the Gestapo's skill in shaping behavior through perception as much as force. Physical coercion was employed when psychological methods alone failed. Techniques varied depending on the context, the perceived importance of the detainee, and the officer's discretion. Threats of violence, sleep deprivation, and confinement under harsh conditions were common, while in some cases, actual physical abuse or torture was used to elicit information. Importantly, these methods were never haphazard. They were carefully tailored, often relying on detailed knowledge from surveillance files to target specific vulnerabilities. The Gestapo's ability to combine personalized psychological manipulation with physical pressure made interrogation both precise and highly effective. The interplay between surveillance and interrogation was continuous and dynamic. Surveillance provided detailed knowledge about a subject's routines, social networks, and behavioral patterns, which officers used to plan interrogations. Interrogation, in turn, generated further intelligence, identifying new associates, methods of communication, or resistance strategies. This feedback loop allowed the Gestapo to refine its operations, anticipate reactions, and act preemptively. Even minor observations from informants could influence the focus and strategy of an interrogation session, ensuring that no piece of information was wasted and that each operation reinforced the organization's broader intelligence objectives. The Gestapo's reach in occupied territories was particularly sophisticated. In countries like France, Poland, and the Netherlands, resistance networks were diverse, decentralized, and highly secretive. The organization relied heavily on informants, undercover agents, and local collaborators to identify potential threats. Once an individual or cell was identified, arrest and interrogation were coordinated to extract maximum intelligence. Captured operatives were often compelled to reveal associates, meeting places, and operational methods, which in turn allowed the Gestapo to disrupt entire networks. The psychological impact of these operations extended beyond those directly involved. As communities learned to fear participation in resistance activities, a unique feature of Gestapo interrogation was the use of deception and controlled misinformation. Officers would present false evidence, manipulate perceptions, or create scenarios designed to confuse and pressure the subject. Prisoners were made to believe that associates had already been compromised or that resistance efforts were futile. This manipulation not only facilitated the extraction of information but also reinforced the perception of the Gestapo's omniscience. By controlling both reality and perception, the organization maximized its psychological leverage over detainees and their broader social networks. Community involvement amplified the effects of surveillance and interrogation. Ordinary citizens, aware of the consequences of non-compliance or failure to report, often acted as extensions of Gestapo control. Denunciations could trigger investigations and interrogations, creating a climate in which social behavior was constantly monitored. People adjusted their actions, conversations, and associations to avoid suspicion, internalizing the mechanisms of control. In this sense, the Gestapo did not need to be physically present everywhere. Fear and anticipation generated by surveillance and interrogation ensured compliance across entire communities. Surveillance and interrogation also played a preventative role. By monitoring social networks, analyzing behavior, and maintaining detailed dossiers, the Gestapo could identify potential resistance before it manifested. Preventive arrests, selective intimidation, and preemptive measures disrupted planning and deterred collective action. Interrogations of arrested individuals generated additional intelligence, allowing for follow-up operations that neutralized threats efficiently. This proactive approach was a hallmark of Gestapo operations, demonstrating that dominance was achieved not only through reaction but through anticipation and strategic disruption. The effectiveness of these tactics relied heavily on the integration of intelligence, psychology, and bureaucratic organization. Surveillance data informed every aspect of interrogation, while the results of interrogations fed back into the intelligence network. Dossiers, informant reports, and field observations were meticulously maintained, analyzed, and acted upon. Officers were trained to interpret patterns, anticipate behavior, and exploit vulnerabilities. This meticulous orchestration allowed a relatively small organization to exert influence over vast populations, maintaining control through fear, perception, and strategic action. By the later years of the war, the Gestapo's system of surveillance and interrogation had reached a level of sophistication unmatched by most contemporary security organizations. Its methods were highly adaptive, psychologically nuanced, and operationally efficient. The combination of meticulous intelligence gathering, pervasive observation, and carefully applied psychological and physical pressure ensured that the organization could neutralize threats, enforce compliance, and maintain the perception of omnipotence. The legacy of these methods demonstrates how a secret police force can dominate societies not merely through brute force, but through the subtle, continuous orchestration of fear, observation, and manipulation. Chapter 12: The Gestapo's Role in Concentration Camps and Deportations. The Gestapo's authority extended far beyond surveillance, political repression, and intelligence operations. It became a central force in the machinery of concentration camps and mass deportations. While other Nazi institutions were involved in the administration and logistics of camps, the Gestapo's role was pivotal in identifying, apprehending, and processing individuals considered undesirable or threatening to the regime. This integration of policing, intelligence, and administrative function made the Gestapo a key driver in the implementation of Nazi policies of terror, oppression, and genocide. The identification of individuals for arrest or deportation began long before physical apprehension. Gestapo intelligence networks, informants, and surveillance files were used to locate people targeted for political, racial, or social reasons. Jews, Roma, political dissidents, clergy, homosexuals, and other groups were meticulously catalogued. These dossiers included personal details, associations, and travel patterns, allowing officers to anticipate movements and plan arrests with precision. The organization's attention to detail ensured that once a target was identified, the likelihood of successful apprehension was extremely high, and any potential resistance could be minimized. Arrests were often conducted with meticulous coordination. Local Gestapo offices collaborated with municipal authorities, police forces, and in occupied territories, local collaborators, to ensure swift and decisive action. Operations were strategically timed, with officers using intelligence to target key individuals whose capture would disrupt networks or enforce compliance through fear. These arrests were rarely random. They were part of a larger system designed to dismantle opposition, enforce ideological conformity, and facilitate the systematic deportation of entire groups deemed undesirable by Nazi policy. Once apprehended, individuals were processed through a combination of bureaucratic and coercive procedures. Documentation was critical. Each detainee's files were updated, including records of interrogation, background information, and any intelligence gathered about associates. These records served multiple purposes: guiding future arrests, informing the administration of concentration camps, and maintaining the perception of comprehensive control. The Gestapo's ability to combine meticulous record-keeping with rapid operational action was a hallmark of its efficiency, allowing a relatively small organization to manage vast populations across Germany and occupied territories. The role of interrogation in this process cannot be overstated. Before deportation or transfer to camps, individuals were often interrogated to extract intelligence about associates, networks, or resistance activities. Interrogation was a tool for both intelligence collection and enforcement. Subjects were compelled to cooperate, provide information, or implicate others, creating a ripple effect that expanded the Gestapo's influence. These sessions reinforced the perception of the organization's omnipresence and instilled fear not only in the subjects but in their communities, as the consequences of disobedience or dissent became widely known. Coordination with concentration camps was another critical aspect of Gestapo operations. Officers worked closely with camp administrators to facilitate the systematic detention, deportation, and imprisonment of targeted populations. The Gestapo determined who was to be sent, when, and to which facility, ensuring that operations aligned with broader Nazi objectives. This central role in the logistics of mass imprisonment positioned the organization not merely as a police force but as a key instrument of state-sanctioned terror, bridging the gap between bureaucratic planning and the implementation of systemic violence. The psychological impact of Gestapo involvement in deportations was profound. The organization's meticulous planning, surveillance, and execution created an environment in which the threat of detention or removal was constantly present. Ordinary citizens internalized the risk, self-policed, and often reported individuals to avoid suspicion. Communities understood that noncompliance, resistance, or even perceived sympathy with targeted groups could lead to arrest or deportation. Through these mechanisms, the Gestapo extended its control beyond direct action, shaping social behavior and enforcing conformity through fear and anticipation in occupied territories. The Gestapo adapted its methods to local conditions, working with collaborators, occupying forces, and auxiliary police to identify, arrest, and deport individuals. This adaptability allowed the organization to implement Nazi policies efficiently across diverse cultural and geographic contexts. Intelligence networks were expanded, informants were recruited, and operations were conducted with precision, demonstrating the organization's ability to scale its methods while maintaining centralized oversight. Surveillance, intelligence, arrest, and deportation formed a continuous feedback loop, ensuring that the system remained effective even in areas far from central authority. The Gestapo's integration into the system of concentration camps and deportations illustrates how intelligence, bureaucracy, and coercion were combined into a single, highly efficient mechanism. Surveillance identified targets, arrests neutralized resistance and facilitated documentation, interrogation extracted intelligence, and coordination with camps ensured systematic imprisonment. Each stage reinforced the next, creating a self-perpetuating system in which fear, control, and compliance were intertwined. The Gestapo's role in this process highlights its significance as more than a secret police force. It was a central instrument in the Nazi regime's machinery of terror. By the mid-war years, the Gestapo had established an operational model in which identification, apprehension, and deportation were integrated into a highly efficient system. Its success relied on the combination of meticulous intelligence, precise coordination, psychological manipulation, and bureaucratic administration. This system not only enabled the Nazis to implement policies of mass repression and genocide, but also created a pervasive climate of fear, ensuring that compliance and conformity were maintained across Germany and occupied territories. The organization's methods demonstrate the terrifying efficiency of combining surveillance, coercion, and administration into a single instrument of totalitarian control. The Gestapo's influence over concentration camps and deportations went beyond mere administrative coordination. It shaped the operational framework of terror itself. Once individuals were identified, arrested, and interrogated, the next stage of the process involved careful logistical planning to ensure the effective transport and containment of detainees. The organization coordinated with transportation authorities, camp administrators, and local enforcement units to manage the movement of prisoners from their homes or holding facilities to camps. Each step was meticulously timed and documented, minimizing the risk of escape and ensuring that the regime's objectives were efficiently executed in occupied territories. The Gestapo often relied on local collaborators to supplement its manpower and expand its reach. Police forces, municipal authorities, and informants were mobilized to locate, arrest, and process individuals targeted for deportation. This collaboration was especially important in regions with large populations and active resistance networks, where Gestapo officers alone could not maintain comprehensive control. By integrating local resources, the organization could extend its influence into communities, neutralize opposition, and enforce compliance through both direct action and the threat of collective punishment. The psychological dimension of deportations was as significant as the physical logistics. The Gestapo understood that fear could achieve compliance more effectively than brute force alone. Citizens were made aware that individuals could vanish suddenly, often without explanation, reinforcing the perception of omnipresence and the inevitability of arrest. Publicized arrests, deportations, and punitive measures created a climate of uncertainty, compelling communities to self-police and report on potential targets. The constant possibility of Gestapo intervention ensured that social behavior was moderated long before any formal enforcement action took place. Interrogation and intelligence continued to play a role even after deportation. Officers often interrogated detainees to confirm information, identify additional targets, and uncover hidden networks. Prisoners might be asked to provide details about family members, associates, or resistance activities, creating a ripple effect that expanded the Gestapo's reach. This feedback loop allowed the organization to anticipate threats, disrupt emerging networks, and maintain control over populations even after individuals had been removed from the immediate environment. Each deportation, therefore, became part of a broader system of surveillance and social engineering. Coordination with concentration camps was central to the Gestapo strategy. Officers determined which camps prisoners would be sent to based on perceived risk, political significance, or racial categorization. Communication with camp administrators ensured that arrivals were processed efficiently, documented accurately, and integrated into the broader system of incarceration and forced labor. This level of control allowed the Gestapo to manage large-scale operations systematically, aligning individual arrests with the regime's strategic objectives. The organization effectively acted as the intermediary between intelligence gathering, punitive action, and the functioning of the camp system. The Gestapo's involvement also extended to preventive measures. Through intelligence and surveillance, the organization could anticipate resistance, political agitation, or other actions considered threatening. Preventive arrests were conducted, targeting individuals before they could organize opposition or interfere with Nazi policies. These measures were often based on detailed dossiers and informant reports, reflecting the organization's reliance on both human intelligence and bureaucratic record-keeping. The result was a system in which repression was both reactive and proactive, combining physical enforcement with the anticipatory control of behavior. Even within the camps, Gestapo influence was evident. Officers coordinated with administrators to prioritize prisoners, determine treatment, and manage records. While camp guards and officials handled day-to-day operations, the Gestapo set the framework and criteria for incarceration, ensuring alignment with political, ideological, and racial objectives. This oversight reinforced the organization's centrality in the regime's apparatus of terror, demonstrating that its power extended from initial identification and arrest to the administration of systemic imprisonment and punishment. The systemic nature of Gestapo operations created a chilling efficiency. Surveillance identified targets, arrests neutralized threats, interrogation extracted intelligence, and deportations enforced both compliance and isolation. Each stage was interconnected, creating a continuous cycle of observation, punishment, and psychological reinforcement. Communities internalized the mechanisms of control, understanding that collaboration, compliance, and vigilance were necessary for survival. This self-reinforcing system ensured that the Gestapo's reach extended far beyond its immediate personnel, shaping society through fear, anticipation, and the perception of inescapable authority. The legacy of the Gestapo in concentration camps and deportations highlights the terrifying efficiency of bureaucratic terror. Its operations demonstrate how a combination of intelligence, coordination, psychological manipulation, and logistical precision can create a system capable of controlling large populations with limited manpower. By integrating surveillance, arrests, interrogation, and deportation into a cohesive framework, the Gestapo became an indispensable instrument of Nazi oppression, ensuring that the regime's policies were implemented efficiently and ruthlessly across Germany and occupied Europe. The organization's methods illustrate the power of anticipatory control, meticulous planning, and psychological domination in achieving totalitarian objectives. Chapter 13: The Gestapo and the SS. Collaboration and power dynamics. The Gestapo's power and influence were closely intertwined with the broader machinery of the SS, creating a partnership that combined political loyalty, intelligence, and operational ruthlessness. While the Gestapo functioned as the secret police, the SS provided the ideological framework, administrative oversight, and paramilitary support that amplified its reach. Understanding this relationship is critical to comprehending how a relatively small organization could wield such extraordinary power across Germany and occupied Europe, influencing populations, enforcing compliance, and implementing policies of repression and terror. At the highest level, Heinrich Himmler, as head of the SS, exercised direct oversight over the Gestapo. Himmler envisioned the SS and its subordinate organizations as instruments of total control, unifying ideological enforcement with intelligence operations and paramilitary action. The Gestapo, as the political police arm, became essential to this vision. It executed policies designed to identify, neutralize, and eliminate threats to Nazi authority, whether political opponents, minority groups, or organized resistance. The SS provided both strategic direction and the bureaucratic structure to facilitate these objectives, ensuring that the Gestapo's operations aligned with the regime's overarching goals. The collaboration between the Gestapo and the SS was institutionalized through coordination, joint operations, and shared intelligence networks. Officers in both organizations often worked side by side, exchanging information and resources to achieve common objectives. This cooperation extended to occupied territories, where Gestapo operations were frequently supported by SS units responsible for enforcement, security, and implementation of racial policies. The integration allowed for both operational efficiency and strategic coherence, ensuring that intelligence gathering, arrests, and punitive actions could be executed with precision and scale. Operationally, the Gestapo relied on the SS for paramilitary support during arrests, raids, and deportations. While the Gestapo specialized in intelligence gathering, surveillance, and interrogation, SS units provided the manpower, transportation, and security necessary to execute large-scale operations. This division of labor allowed each organization to focus on its strengths while maintaining a seamless operational flow. The combination of intelligence-led planning from the Gestapo with the logistical and enforcement capabilities of the SS made their joint operations highly effective, capable of disrupting resistance networks, deporting populations, and suppressing dissent with alarming efficiency. Ideologically, the Gestapo and SS reinforced each other's missions. SS doctrine emphasized racial purity, political loyalty, and absolute obedience, principles that were deeply embedded in Gestapo operations. Officers were indoctrinated to view their actions as both operationally necessary and morally justified within the framework of Nazi ideology. This alignment ensured cohesion across the two organizations, as both were committed to achieving the regime's objectives with uncompromising ruthlessness. The synergy between ideological indoctrination and operational capability was a defining feature of the Gestapo-SS relationship. Intelligence sharing was another cornerstone of this collaboration. The Gestapo collected vast amounts of information through surveillance, informants, and interrogations, which was then shared with SS leadership for broader strategic use. Conversely, the SS provided guidance, analysis, and prioritization, helping the Gestapo target individuals and groups of particular political or racial significance. This reciprocal flow of information allowed the two organizations to coordinate actions, anticipate threats, and implement policies efficiently. The Gestapo's intelligence capabilities were amplified through this integration, expanding its influence across regions and populations. The Gestapo's relationship with the SS also created internal power dynamics that shaped decision-making and operations. While the Gestapo maintained functional autonomy in its intelligence and policing activities, it operated under the overarching authority of the SS and Himmler. Officers were expected to execute orders that aligned with ideological objectives, and deviation from these directives could result in disciplinary action. At the same time, the Gestapo's operational successes, its ability to gather intelligence, infiltrate networks, and enforce compliance, enhanced its standing within the SS hierarchy. This balance of autonomy and oversight ensured both efficiency and accountability within the system of terror. Collaboration extended to occupied territories, where Gestapo-SS partnerships were crucial in maintaining control over large populations. Local enforcement, intelligence gathering, and punitive measures were coordinated through combined operations, integrating Gestapo intelligence with SS paramilitary capability. This integration allowed for rapid response to resistance activity, efficient deportation and incarceration, and the enforcement of racial and political policies. In areas with strong resistance networks or complex social structures, this partnership amplified the Gestapo's effectiveness, allowing it to maintain dominance despite limited personnel. The Gestapo-SS relationship illustrates how hierarchical control, operational specialization, and ideological alignment can create extraordinary institutional power. While the Gestapo focused on intelligence, surveillance, and psychological control, the SS provided strategic oversight, paramilitary support, and ideological reinforcement. Together, they formed a system capable of anticipating threats, neutralizing opposition, and enforcing Nazi objectives across vast territories. This integration of function, ideology, and authority was central to the Gestapo's ability to dominate German society and occupied regions, demonstrating the lethal efficiency of coordinated totalitarian institutions. The synergy between these organizations also ensured the perpetuation of fear and compliance. Citizens and potential dissenters understood that resistance would be met with both precise intelligence operations and overwhelming paramilitary force. The Gestapo-SS collaboration created a system in which social behavior, political expression, and even private associations were subject to surveillance and control. The perception of omnipresence, reinforced by both psychological manipulation and tangible enforcement, became a defining characteristic of Nazi governance and a testament to the devastating efficiency of these intertwined organizations. The collaboration between the Gestapo and the SS extended deeply into the mechanisms of fear, repression, and social control, making their partnership a central pillar of Nazi power. While the Gestapo provided intelligence, surveillance, and interrogation expertise, the SS enforced policies on the ground and ensured ideological conformity across both personnel and populations. Together, they created a multi-layered system in which the anticipation of state action often replaced direct enforcement, demonstrating the extraordinary psychological power that arises from coordinated institutional control. Field operations highlighted the efficiency of this partnership. In occupied territories, Gestapo officers would identify targets through meticulous surveillance and informant reports. Once a target was selected, SS units would execute the operation, providing manpower, transport, and security. This division of labor allowed the Gestapo to remain primarily focused on intelligence and operational planning while the SS handled execution. The speed, precision, and coordination of these joint actions amplified the psychological impact on local populations. Ordinary citizens quickly learned that evasion was nearly impossible, reinforcing compliance and self-policing within communities. The integration of intelligence and paramilitary enforcement allowed the Gestapo and SS to respond dynamically to resistance and perceived threats. Information gathered by the Gestapo informed immediate SS interventions, whether through arrests, raids, or mass roundups. This seamless connection between knowledge and action minimized the delay between detection and enforcement, making resistance efforts highly risky and often futile. In areas with active underground movements, the Gestapo-SS collaboration disrupted networks before they could organize, demonstrating the strategic effectiveness of combining intelligence with force. Ideology also played a central role in solidifying the relationship between the Gestapo and the SS. Officers in both organizations were indoctrinated with the same principles of racial purity, political loyalty, and absolute obedience. This shared worldview created cohesion and minimized friction, ensuring that operational and strategic objectives aligned with the broader goals of the Nazi regime. Ideological alignment reinforced authority, motivated officers to execute orders with zeal, and justified extreme actions as necessary for the survival and success of the state. The combination of shared ideology and operational coordination made these organizations extraordinarily effective in enforcing Nazi policies. Decision-making within this partnership combined centralized control with delegated discretion. While Heinrich Himmler and senior SS officials established strategic priorities, field officers in both the Gestapo and SS were empowered to make operational decisions based on real-time intelligence and local circumstances. This balance allowed the system to be both adaptive and disciplined. Officers were expected to interpret orders and act decisively, using their judgment to achieve objectives while remaining accountable to central authority. This operational flexibility amplified the organization's effectiveness, enabling rapid responses to evolving threats across a broad geographic area. The Gestapo-SS collaboration was particularly evident in the enforcement of racial policies. The identification, deportation, and incarceration of Jews, Roma, and other targeted groups required coordination at every level. The Gestapo tracked and apprehended individuals, maintaining detailed files and gathering intelligence. SS units managed transportation, camp administration, and enforcement on the ground. Together, the organizations created an integrated system capable of implementing large-scale operations with minimal error and maximal psychological effect. The efficiency of these operations underscores how bureaucratic and paramilitary coordination can magnify the power of even a relatively small security force. In addition to operational cooperation, the Gestapo and SS cultivated a culture of mutual reinforcement and internal competition. Officers were encouraged to demonstrate efficiency, initiative, and loyalty, which often translated into rapid promotion and greater authority. Success in intelligence gathering, the neutralization of resistance, or the execution of complex operations enhanced the status of individuals and divisions within both organizations. This internal dynamic drove performance, ensuring that operational objectives were pursued vigorously and that organizational cohesion was maintained even in the face of complex challenges. The combined authority of the Gestapo and SS also extended into the psychological domain, influencing populations without direct intervention. Communities internalized the threat of surveillance, denunciation, and paramilitary enforcement. The perception of omnipresence, reinforced by visible arrests, interrogations, and deportations, created a self-policing society in which fear dictated behavior as much as actual enforcement. This integration of psychological influence and operational action exemplifies the unique effectiveness of the Gestapo-SS partnership. Control was achieved not only through force but through the anticipation and perception of force, extending dominance far beyond what manpower alone could accomplish. By the end of the war, the collaboration between the Gestapo and SS had become a highly refined system, capable of controlling large populations, suppressing resistance, and enforcing ideological conformity with ruthless efficiency. Their joint operations exemplified the power of coordinated intelligence, paramilitary capability, and ideological alignment. The Gestapo-SS relationship demonstrates how totalitarian institutions can magnify their impact through collaboration, integrating surveillance, enforcement, and psychological control to dominate societies comprehensively. The legacy of this partnership stands as one of the most chilling examples of bureaucratic terror and strategic oppression in modern history. Chapter 14: The Gestapo and the Nazi Occupation of Europe. The Gestapo's influence extended far beyond Germany, becoming a central instrument in the occupation and control of much of Europe. Its operations in occupied territories combined intelligence gathering, political repression, and the enforcement of Nazi policies with ruthless efficiency. The organization adapted its methods to local conditions, exploiting existing social, political, and cultural structures to maintain dominance. Understanding the Gestapo's role in occupied Europe provides a comprehensive view of how a secret police organization could exercise profound influence across diverse populations and geographies, shaping the course of everyday life under occupation. From the earliest stages of occupation, the Gestapo prioritized the identification and neutralization of potential threats. Political dissidents, resistance leaders, intellectuals, and anyone opposed to Nazi authority were carefully monitored. Informant networks were quickly established, leveraging local collaborators, coerced officials, and sympathetic individuals to report suspicious activity. Surveillance was both widespread and targeted. Officers observed not only the overt actions of individuals but also their social networks, patterns of communication, and subtle behaviors that might indicate resistance or opposition. This attention to detail enabled the organization to anticipate threats and preempt actions that could disrupt Nazi control. The integration of local collaborators was a cornerstone of Gestapo operations. In many occupied countries, the organization relied on municipal authorities, auxiliary police, and informants to extend its reach. These collaborators provided critical intelligence, facilitated arrests, and sometimes even conducted interrogations or punitive actions under Gestapo supervision. The combination of external expertise and local knowledge allowed the organization to operate efficiently, identifying and neutralizing threats that might have been overlooked by German officers unfamiliar with the region. Collaboration also created a sense of internal surveillance within communities, as citizens could not always distinguish between Gestapo agents and local informants, heightening the psychological impact of occupation. Arrest and detention processes in occupied territories were meticulously coordinated. Gestapo officers would often conduct preemptive operations, targeting key individuals whose apprehension would disrupt resistance networks. Arrests were executed swiftly and strategically, minimizing opportunities for escape or resistance. Once detained, individuals were interrogated using both psychological and physical techniques to extract intelligence and reinforce the organization's reputation for omnipresence. These interrogations frequently extended beyond the immediate subject, compelling prisoners to implicate associates, reveal networks, and provide information that could be used in further operations. Deportation and imprisonment were central to the Gestapo's control mechanisms in occupied Europe. The organization determined which individuals were to be sent to concentration camps, when and by what means. Coordination with local transportation systems, camp administrators, and auxiliary police ensured that these operations were executed with precision. Deportations were not merely punitive. They were a strategic tool to dismantle opposition networks, instill fear, and demonstrate the consequences of defiance. In occupied territories, the psychological impact of deportation was often as significant as its practical effect, reinforcing the perception that resistance was both dangerous and futile. The Gestapo also adapted its methods to account for the unique social, political, and cultural landscapes of each occupied region. In France, for instance, urban intelligence networks were particularly effective in identifying members of the resistance. In Eastern Europe, the organization leveraged existing administrative structures and local police forces to track and apprehend targeted populations. This adaptability was a hallmark of Gestapo operations. Officers were trained to observe, analyze, and exploit local conditions while maintaining consistency with Nazi policy and strategic objectives. The organization's ability to tailor its methods to different environments amplified its efficiency and effectiveness. In addition to traditional intelligence and enforcement operations, the Gestapo engaged in psychological manipulation to maintain control over populations. Publicized arrests, interrogations, and deportations reinforced fear, while rumor and uncertainty were carefully cultivated to ensure that citizens internalized the threat of surveillance. The perception of omnipresence was as powerful as its reality. Individuals modified their behavior, self-policed, and reported suspicious activity to avoid becoming targets themselves. This psychological dimension of occupation allowed the Gestapo to extend its influence without the constant physical presence of officers, creating an environment in which compliance was maintained through fear, anticipation, and uncertainty. Resistance movements were a particular focus of Gestapo operations. Underground networks, clandestine publications, and secret gatherings were carefully monitored. Informants infiltrated groups, communications were intercepted, and surveillance was continuous. When arrests were made, interrogation produced further intelligence, enabling the organization to dismantle entire networks efficiently. The combination of preemptive action, psychological control, and coordinated enforcement allowed the Gestapo to maintain dominance even in regions with active and organized resistance, demonstrating the lethal efficiency of its operational model in occupied territories. The Gestapo's operations in occupied Europe also had a significant impact on social structures. Communities were reshaped by the pervasive fear of surveillance, denunciation, and punitive action. Ordinary citizens learned to avoid associations, monitor neighbors, and comply with regulations to ensure survival. The organization's influence extended into every aspect of daily life, from public gatherings to private interactions. Through a combination of intelligence, enforcement, and psychological control, the Gestapo created an environment in which the boundaries of permissible behavior were defined not by law alone but by the anticipation of surveillance and reprisal. By the later years of occupation, the Gestapo had perfected a model of control that combined intelligence, psychological influence, local collaboration, and operational efficiency. Its ability to adapt methods to local conditions, coordinate with auxiliary forces, and exploit both fear and perception made it an exceptionally powerful instrument of Nazi occupation. The organization's influence extended far beyond direct arrests or interrogations, shaping social behavior, dismantling resistance, and maintaining compliance across vast and diverse populations. Its operations in occupied Europe illustrate how a secret police force, even with limited numbers, can exercise extraordinary power when intelligence, psychology, and administrative coordination are combined. The Gestapo's impact in occupied Europe was magnified through its strategic use of networks and intelligence systems that extended far beyond Germany itself. In every occupied territory, the organization implemented a dual approach: direct enforcement through arrests and raids, and indirect enforcement through psychological manipulation and local collaboration. This combination ensured that the Gestapo's presence was felt even where officers were not physically present, creating an environment in which fear, uncertainty, and anticipation governed behavior more effectively than direct force could alone. Central to this system were local informants and collaborators. The Gestapo carefully cultivated individuals who could provide intelligence on political dissent, resistance activity, or ethnic and religious groups targeted for persecution. These informants were often motivated by fear, personal gain, ideological alignment, or social pressure, and they became extensions of the organization within their communities. The presence of informants created a network in which every action, conversation, or social interaction had the potential to be reported, effectively transforming ordinary citizens into participants in the surveillance apparatus. This decentralized yet coordinated system multiplied the Gestapo's influence and ensured a high level of intelligence coverage across vast areas. Arrests and detentions were conducted with precision and planning, reflecting the organization's methodical approach. High-value targets, such as resistance leaders or politically influential figures, were identified and apprehended strategically to maximize disruption. In many cases, these operations were coordinated with SS units or local auxiliary police, providing manpower, logistical support, and enforcement capability. Once detained, individuals underwent interrogation to extract intelligence, confirm associations, and determine further targets. These processes were not random or arbitrary. They were carefully calculated to dismantle networks and suppress resistance, creating a self-reinforcing cycle of surveillance, capture, and intelligence gathering. Deportation and imprisonment were integral components of the Gestapo's operational strategy in occupied Europe. Identified individuals, particularly Jews, Roma, and political dissidents, were often transported to concentration camps or other detention facilities. The organization coordinated closely with transport authorities, camp administrators, and local enforcement units to manage these movements efficiently. Deportation served multiple purposes. It removed potential threats, instilled fear in the wider population, and reinforced the perception of the Gestapo's omnipotence. Public awareness of deportation operations was leveraged psychologically, further amplifying compliance and deterring resistance. Surveillance extended into daily life, creating an environment in which the Gestapo's presence was continuous and invisible. Citizens understood that their actions, communications, and associations could be monitored at any time, and this perception profoundly influenced behavior. Ordinary interactions were scrutinized, casual remarks could lead to suspicion, and social networks were monitored for signs of opposition. The organization's ability to instill a sense of perpetual observation ensured that compliance became habitual and self-enforced. Fear, anticipation, and uncertainty functioned as tools of control as effectively as any physical enforcement. The Gestapo also adapted its methods to the particular cultural, political, and social landscapes of each occupied territory. In France, urban intelligence networks and careful observation of resistance activities allowed the organization to preempt attacks and dismantle underground movements. In Eastern Europe, the Gestapo leveraged pre-existing administrative structures and local police units to track individuals, enforce racial policies, and manage deportations. Adaptation was crucial to the organization's efficiency. Officers could implement Nazi directives in diverse environments while maintaining operational consistency, ensuring that local nuances did not compromise objectives. Resistance movements were particularly targeted by the Gestapo's operations. Underground networks, clandestine publications, and secret meetings were infiltrated through intelligence collection and informant activity. Arrests and interrogations generated additional intelligence, which allowed the organization to map networks and anticipate future actions. By systematically dismantling leadership and communication channels, the Gestapo weakened resistance efforts before they could gain momentum. This proactive approach, combining preemptive surveillance, calculated arrests, and psychological intimidation, exemplified the organization's operational sophistication and strategic foresight. The cumulative effect of these operations reshaped social life under occupation. Citizens internalized the mechanisms of control, modifying their behavior, monitoring others, and often reporting perceived infractions. Compliance was achieved through a combination of fear, anticipation, and social pressure rather than solely through direct enforcement. The Gestapo's influence extended into nearly every facet of daily life, from professional interactions to personal relationships. By integrating surveillance, enforcement, and psychological control, the organization maintained dominance over populations with a level of efficiency and subtlety that few security agencies could match. By the later years of the war, the Gestapo had perfected a model of occupation control that combined intelligence, psychological influence, local collaboration, and operational precision. Its ability to adapt methods to local conditions, integrate human and bureaucratic resources, and exploit fear and perception allowed it to dominate populations across Europe. This system demonstrates the terrifying efficacy of coordinated totalitarian institutions. Even with limited personnel, the Gestapo maintained a pervasive presence, shaped behavior, and enforced Nazi objectives through a combination of foresight, organization, and ruthless efficiency. Chapter 15: The Gestapo's Decline and Legacy. By the later years of World War II, the Gestapo, once an almost omnipotent instrument of Nazi control, began to face the pressures and consequences of a collapsing regime. Its operations, previously characterized by precision, fear, and near-total surveillance, were increasingly hampered by the realities of war, logistical strain, and the gradual erosion of centralized control. Understanding the decline of the Gestapo provides insight not only into the vulnerabilities of totalitarian institutions but also into the lasting imprint of such organizations on societies and historical memory. The initial stages of the Gestapo's decline were closely tied to the broader context of the war. As the Allied forces advanced into German-occupied territories, communication and coordination with central offices in Berlin became increasingly difficult. Regional offices of the Gestapo, which had previously enjoyed autonomy under strict guidance from central leadership, were forced to operate in isolation, often improvising responses to resistance, intelligence gaps, and the shifting realities of conflict. This loss of cohesion diminished operational efficiency and allowed some resistance movements to regroup or operate with reduced risk of detection. Manpower shortages also contributed significantly to the decline. Throughout the war, the Gestapo was a relatively small organization tasked with controlling vast populations across Germany and occupied Europe. The intensification of military campaigns, conscription, and battlefield casualties stretched available personnel thin. Officers were redeployed, informants disappeared or became unreliable, and the extensive network of surveillance struggled to maintain its coverage. The combination of overextension and resource scarcity made the organization less effective, undermining its capacity to maintain the pervasive control it had once exerted over populations. The Gestapo also faced growing internal challenges. By 1944 and 1945, internal disputes, bureaucratic rivalries, and instances of incompetence began to erode the previously tight structure of authority. Regional leaders, previously guided by central directives, occasionally acted independently, making decisions that were inconsistent with overall strategy. While the Gestapo had thrived on disciplined coordination and centralized intelligence, the pressures of a collapsing regime exposed cracks in its organizational integrity. This internal fragmentation reduced operational efficiency and created vulnerabilities that resistance networks and ordinary citizens could exploit. In addition, the psychological environment that had previously supported the Gestapo's dominance began to shift. Fear and anticipation had long been the organization's most powerful tools, compelling compliance and cooperation from citizens. However, as Allied victories became apparent and the Nazi regime's survival uncertain, the perception of omnipresence weakened. Communities began to question the inevitability of Gestapo authority, and some individuals felt emboldened to resist, sabotage, or evade surveillance. This erosion of fear, coupled with operational inefficiencies, significantly undermined the Gestapo's ability to control populations effectively in the final stages of the war. Despite these challenges, the Gestapo continued to operate with brutal determination until the final days of Nazi control. Its officers, conditioned by ideology, training, and fear of reprisal, continued to conduct arrests, interrogations, and deportations wherever possible. Many operations became increasingly desperate, targeting anyone perceived as a threat to Nazi survival, including civilians, remaining resistance members, and even former allies suspected of disloyalty. These actions underscore the organization's enduring ruthlessness, even as its structural and operational effectiveness was collapsing under the weight of external and internal pressures. The collapse of Nazi Germany accelerated the Gestapo's disintegration. As Allied forces advanced into Germany and occupied territories, Gestapo offices were overtaken, records were destroyed or confiscated, and officers attempted to flee or go into hiding. Many sought to escape retribution by assuming false identities or blending into civilian populations. Others were apprehended, tried, or executed for war crimes. The dissolution of the Gestapo was both a literal and symbolic manifestation of the end of the Nazi state, reflecting how tightly the organization's existence was tied to the power and ideology of the regime it served. Even in decline, the Gestapo's legacy endured. Its methods of surveillance, psychological manipulation, and bureaucratic coordination left deep imprints on post-war societies, shaping legal frameworks, policing practices, and historical memory. The meticulous record-keeping, intelligence networks, and operational strategies studied in post-war trials provided both evidence of atrocities and lessons for modern intelligence and law enforcement organizations. The organization's capacity to enforce compliance, suppress dissent, and manage populations through fear and anticipation remains a chilling reminder of the potential for abuse in systems combining ideology, bureaucracy, and surveillance. The Gestapo's legacy is also evident in historical consciousness. It has become emblematic of the dangers of unchecked state power, ideological extremism, and the weaponization of intelligence and policing systems. Its actions continue to serve as a case study in how fear, psychological control, and bureaucratic precision can be harnessed to enforce totalitarian rule. Moreover, the stories of victims, survivors, and communities affected by the Gestapo ensure that the consequences of its methods are remembered, offering enduring lessons on the fragility of societal freedoms under repressive regimes and reflecting on the Gestapo's decline. One observes a complex interplay of operational overreach, external pressures, internal disorganization, and the erosion of fear that collectively undermined its once formidable authority. Its trajectory, from a tightly coordinated, omnipresent force to a fragmented, desperate remnant, illustrates the limits of totalitarian power when confronted with overwhelming opposition, resource scarcity, and strategic failure. Yet, even in its final days, the Gestapo exemplified the dangerous efficiency of fear, ideology, and intelligence as instruments of control, leaving a lasting imprint on history that continues to inform our understanding of authoritarian systems. As the Gestapo crumbled alongside the Nazi regime, its long-term influence and legacy became increasingly apparent, both in immediate post-war reconstruction and in the broader understanding of totalitarian control. While the organization ceased to exist as a functioning entity, the methods it pioneered in surveillance, psychological manipulation, and bureaucratic coordination left enduring marks on institutions, societies, and historical consciousness. The Gestapo's decline offers profound lessons in the vulnerabilities of authoritarian structures, the consequences of absolute power, and the lingering effects of fear and oppression on social behavior. One of the most significant aspects of the Gestapo's legacy lies in its meticulous approach to documentation and intelligence collection. Throughout its existence, the organization maintained exhaustive records on individuals, communities, and resistance networks. These files were central to operations, allowing officers to plan arrests, anticipate resistance, and enforce compliance systematically. After the war, these records became crucial evidence in trials, revealing the scale of atrocities, identifying perpetrators, and detailing the inner workings of the Nazi state. This extensive documentation demonstrates how the bureaucratic efficiency of a secret police organization can be weaponized to devastating effect, while also providing critical insight into historical accountability. The psychological dimensions of the Gestapo's control also left a lasting impact. By combining fear, uncertainty, and anticipation, the organization extended its influence far beyond the immediate reach of its officers. Ordinary citizens internalized the threat of surveillance and reprisals, modifying behavior, reporting on neighbors, and policing themselves and others. Even after the organization's collapse, the memory of such pervasive control continued to shape social norms, trust within communities, and the collective consciousness of populations subjected to occupation. This enduring psychological imprint illustrates how totalitarian systems can affect societal behavior long after their formal power has ended. The organizational model of the Gestapo has also been studied extensively for its integration of intelligence, bureaucracy, and enforcement. The combination of local informants, centralized oversight, and paramilitary collaboration with the SS created a system that was highly adaptive, scalable, and effective despite the organization's relatively limited size. Post-war analysis has highlighted how these features enabled the Gestapo to exercise disproportionate influence, control populations efficiently, and maintain dominance even in the face of active resistance. This analysis has informed both historical scholarship and contemporary understanding of state surveillance, intelligence, and law enforcement structures. The Gestapo's coordination with the SS and other branches of the Nazi state remains a critical point of study. The integration of ideology, paramilitary enforcement, and intelligence allowed the organization to operate seamlessly across multiple levels of governance and occupied territories. This collaboration ensured that the Gestapo's actions were not isolated incidents but part of a broader, strategic plan to enforce Nazi policies. The organizational synergy between surveillance, enforcement, and ideology demonstrates the dangerous potential of state institutions when centralized authority, fear, and ideological zeal are combined, offering enduring lessons for the study of authoritarianism and governance. The immediate post-war period also highlighted the challenges of justice and accountability for former Gestapo officers. Many fled, assumed false identities, or attempted to reintegrate into civilian life. Others were captured and subjected to trials that exposed the extent of the organization's activities. These proceedings, including the Nuremberg trials and subsequent national trials in Europe, revealed not only the scope of Gestapo crimes but also the complexities of attributing individual responsibility within highly hierarchical and bureaucratic systems. The legal and moral challenges of addressing the Gestapo's actions continue to inform contemporary discussions on crimes against humanity, state accountability, and transitional justice. Culturally and historically, the Gestapo has become synonymous with secret police, pervasive surveillance, and totalitarian oppression. Its methods, ranging from infiltration and informant networks to interrogation and deportation, have been referenced extensively in literature, film, and scholarship. The organization serves as both a symbol and a case study, illustrating how fear, intelligence, and bureaucratic efficiency can be combined to enforce compliance and suppress dissent. By examining the Gestapo's structure, strategies, and decline, historians and scholars gain insight into the mechanisms by which authoritarian regimes sustain control and the vulnerabilities that ultimately lead to their collapse. The enduring relevance of the Gestapo also lies in its cautionary lessons for contemporary societies. The organization demonstrates how surveillance, centralized authority, and ideological indoctrination can be exploited to dominate populations. Its methods highlight the importance of checks and balances, transparency, and oversight in maintaining democratic systems. Studying the Gestapo underscores the need to remain vigilant against abuses of power, particularly when intelligence and policing organizations operate with minimal accountability. The lessons of the Gestapo's rise, operation, and decline resonate beyond history, offering insight into the fragile balance between state authority and individual freedom. Ultimately, the Gestapo's legacy is multifaceted. It reflects not only the operational efficiency and ruthlessness of a secret police organization, but also the social, psychological, and cultural consequences of totalitarian control. The organization's collapse did not erase its influence. Its methods, records, and historical memory continue to shape our understanding of authoritarian power, surveillance, and societal compliance. By examining the Gestapo's trajectory from its rise, through its operational peak, to its decline and aftermath, we gain a comprehensive view of the organization's profound impact on both history and the enduring lessons it offers for the study of power, fear, and governance.